Hello, hello, hello. Festival Series Cash Game Challenge going live for you in 2 minutes and 18 seconds. Hello and welcome back for the Cash Game Challenge here on Friday at the festival, day 5. And here we have the lineup. So Federico, we saw from the previous stream. Alvaro, you might remember, the Spanish player. We've got Trey Childs in seed 8 as well, hailing from the south of England.
I don't mind a walk to start, you know? I said I don't mind a walk to start, first time of the day.
I've got to get the party started, man.
For sure.
Trey's saying he doesn't mind getting a walk. It's going to be difficult when it's a 5-5 format. Getting the table all jarred up. That's what you want to hear. Getting in the mix, and look at this. Instantly coming in hot with the Queen Deuce of clubs. Squeezing big blind versus button and small blind peel. Bought in for 750, so 250 big blinds. Dan's going to have to fold, and Jakub here in quite an interesting spot with these 9s. Should have probably 3-bet pre-flop. Don't think I can see much of a reason for peeling. So maybe indicative of a slightly more kind of conservative, passive style. He's buying in deep, and let's see if Trey can find some post-flop aggression here. Don't think 1-bet will take it down, but potentially a couple of barrels, as we are joined by Slovakian legend Marek Blaszko there, coming in, taking the 6th seat. Trey goes for a small sizing, 60 into 280, so just south of a quarter. Easy call for the 9s here. And another 6 rolls off on the turn, so life will be quite tricky for Trey now with what is essentially just queen high. But he can definitely apply some pressure to ace high type holdings. Ace Jack of diamonds, Ace 10 of diamonds, maybe hands like Ace 8, Ace 9 of diamonds, and also the flush draws as well. So it's kind of like Queen Jack of hearts type hand that didn't 3-bet. It's always quite difficult with these kind of small blind flats. It's rather counterintuitive to know what exactly the range of Jakob looks like. And you feel like Trey is just going to have to fire this off here. He's going to represent Ace King. Maybe even some hands like Ace 4, Ace 5 suited that were airballing and now river a boat. I think if we arrive here with the Queen Deuce on a board that's so good for us, it's quite rare that our opponent will actually ever hit the ace, but we certainly can. Shall we just send it in there and hope for the best? A little bit of hesitation there with the movement of the hand. Let's go for 225, just south of a quarter again. Really trying to press hands like this, and the good thing about this sizing is that he can even put some pressure on a King X here. It's quite difficult to call. Looks like Jakob doesn't want it. Nicely done. Couldn't think of the bluffs.
I would have.
Go on, Trey. That's what we like to see.
Has to be a good sign, right?
That's the one. That's the one all night, you know.
Good card, right?
Good river card. The only river card, right?
Yeah.
The only river card I can get with. Checking all rivers.
That's what we like to see. Early stages of the stream.
Make 3 for the free
A bit of
promo.
loosey-goosey action, setting an image for later on, hoping to cash in. Got some pretty strong players at this table though, so interesting to think what the likes of Alvaro over there, the Spanish reg, will be thinking. He's having a little smile and a bit of fun with it, but he's seen the move before. The old first hand of the night.
He'd be sad if he
Big
couldn't
bluff.
get involved somehow, you know.
And 3 for Trey, Federico 5-4.
Hopefully he makes
Offsuit,
it on the
happy
next
to
trip
check
again.
that one back.
I've missed him on the last couple.
Let's get in the Twitch chat, so we see if anyone's around who you're supporting tonight. Mark Gork in there. Hello, sir. Didn't get to see too much of you on the Hendon Mob Championship stream yesterday, unfortunately. Taking a bad beat early on into the stream. Carol God says, Mensch Mark, wo bist du am Tisch? A bit rusty on the old German. And look at this, for Federico here, turns the absolute blade. Trey there with bottom pair, not interested. And it's an early small win there for the Italian, who had some really strong moves in his arsenal last time around. If you remember, circling back to Wednesday, he was one of the stars of the Hold'em stream. Played a really solid game, found a 5-bet bluff with King-Queen offsuit. Got it sailing through, and just in general seemed to be kind of in everyone's eye line. He was really aggressive. He did tend to mix it up quite a lot, and just a bit of a pain in the ass for the rest of the table, which is kind of what you want to be as a cash game player. Not someone that's just kind of hanging on in there, fading into the background, but very much the person that takes the initiative and kind of drives the tempo of the table. So many benefits can come from that kind of style of player, as you see Trey making an early quest for the table captain presidency role with his Queen Deuce. I have no idea who Carol Gott was. I was reading out your username. Mikey Leonard in the chat. Good to have you here, mate. Evening, evening. Might pop in for another shot at the Cash Game Challenge later tonight or tomorrow, says Mark. Yeah, there's a bit of 5-5 PLO. Hopefully we get the similar lineup as last time, as a couple of local players, including a good friend of mine, Alan Sabo, was in there. And let's just say it was not a 2-2 game.
Excuse me. Can I get green tea, please? Thank you very much.
Down in seat 6. Going to follow it up with a C-bet here. We got Roman with 4-3 suited. Looks like he's here to play. Dan takes it down. I'll get the information on the players for you very shortly. Jaco, base 5 offsuit, coming in there pretty wide from early position. Not conventionally an open in the cash game format. Let's get a peel out of the big blind, Roman Molnar. I think we've got 2 Roman Molnars, which is a father and son combination there, seat 2 and seat 4, I believe. Jakob follows up with the C-bet here with his ace-5, fancying his chances on the 2 Broadway board, and doesn't turn any additional equity, so would have to be swinging from the hills here to potentially justify a turn bet here. He's got so many higher equity holdings, but that queen on the river may change things. May feel compelled to bluff here, represent a hand like ace-king, ace-queen. Does just meekly check it back though with the ace-high, and he's going to allow bottom pair to take that one down. So some action between Roman here with the 4 deuce off, showing some signs of very aggressive play between these two. And it's father versus son action, I believe. Both have the same name. Both have a similar kind of look about them. So let's see them go to battle. Trips for Roman Jr. Looks like a pretty healthy bet there. 115 in the middle. I think he's slid out 85. 90 is the bet. Roman Senior with a lowly 2-pair here. 4 deuce. Tough to think of a hand he actually beats here. And will allow his younger to get the job done there, as Marek Blaszko has a little bit of a giggle with them. So I'm taking money from your father, something along those lines, I imagine. Here's Franke around. Franke won the 1K PLO high roller. Mark got second in that one, also in the chat. I believe he is around, but I think he's got some hosting duties to attend to, some tea drinking potentially as well. Roman limping in here with 4 deuce. So these guys are just here to play, aren't they? And Blaszko's not going to have any of it here. Quick check from both players here. Blaszko with the middle pair on the flop, ace on the turn. His background is having been a police interrogator. He's quite a fearsome presence at the table. He's got a lot of kind of old school psychological tricks in his arsenal. Likes to play with his chips a lot, likes to get a sense of his opponent's body language. Knows a lot about live tells, game flow. Quite a wily player. Expect not an awful lot of like pre-flop aggression from him. He likes to take pots in position. He likes to play pots at deep stack to pot ratios. And he likes to put pressure on post-flop. He's very observant. Can be quite thorny at the table as well. So 3-bet from Blaszko with the 6 deuce, giving some action to Roman Senior here. Both players are going to take a flop here. And as you expect with the 6 deuce, not going to flop an awful lot, but this flop is, of course, a mandatory bet. His opponent flopping middle pair will certainly not be going anywhere. So 40 and a call. Let's see if Blaszko can turn anything here. He does not. The jack doesn't help him in any way, shape or form. See, this is exactly his like signature move. So he grabs chips and then instantly looks at you to try and deduce whether you like the outcome of him betting. And he usually has quite an accurate synopsis on players' sort of general moods or feelings at the table. Let's go for the second barrel and mucks it face down like a boss. That's what we like to see. Some big action so far. Trey making a move in the first hand, and now Marek with the 6 deuce. deciding to lay down some of his presence at the table. He's not going to be the type of player that sits there quietly. Not going to be having the Mississippi straddle, although it would be quite a profitable spot to do that in, considering the lineup on his right-hand side. Roman seems to be playing just about everything. He's got the 8-6 suited. Why not pump it up a little bit? Dan over here should be fairly understanding of what's going on. Quite like the option to 3-bet here with the ace-3. And the reason being is when you 3-bet, you force out some of the superior ace-x's behind when you peel. So there's like two schools of thought, right? Peeling the diamonds here may allow some players with diamonds to come in behind, which allows you to dominate their diamonds on diamond runouts. But also it stops you from getting squeezed. It folds out some better ace-x behind. It isolates a player who's clearly playing pretty much every hand. Ace-3 of diamonds is pretty strong holding versus, let's say, a sort of 50 to 60% opening range here. Of course, it's difficult to know exactly what it is. So Jakub with the squeeze here. Marek and Dan come in kind of wide.
Where you come from? Slovakia? Very good. If you are from Slovakia, I should follow, but against Italian or maybe Spanish guy, I guess it's easier.
There's a little bit of table chat there saying that I like to do that as well. Ask people where they're from. You generally get quite a funny kind of sequence of conversation. People don't expect it much as well. Oh, what me? Especially if you're planning to fold anyway. And this is what he does. He's always kind of interrogating. He's always looking for information. He does it in quite a jovial way, but it can be quite tricky to contend with sometimes, especially for slightly more inexperienced players.
Just once an hour. You can't do too many times, you get caught out, you know?
Where you come from, London?
Southampton.
Huh?
Southampton. Near London, maybe like 90 minutes away.
So it's Little London.
Pardon?
Little London.
Near London.
So a couple of limps here. The two Romans, of course, playing a lot of hands, and looks like Jakub is not squeezing on the button there with the Jack-9 suited. Again, you know, these kind of hands, yeah, conventionally versus players that aren't playing such a wide range, you would think, okay, I'm not going to squeeze this. But in this kind of game with this kind of dynamic, it's just such a strong holding. And we're going to see some action here. So Roman in seat 4, Roman Jr., let's call him. He's flopping top 2. Jakub has top pair with the open ender. Not really anything for anyone else. So pot size bet and a call. Already the Jack-9 not exactly loving life versus a 5-way pot size bet on Jack-10-8. And interesting turn for both players. It might slow down the action. Jack-9 should be relatively happy about it, but then when you think about what hands are pumping the flop for this kind of sizing, it's really only King-Jack and Ace-Jack that are likely. So I think this bet is just designed to potentially target those types of hands and get a cheap showdown, basically. Jack 10 will take it down, having the alternative 2 pair outkick there. So Roman limping once again. Roman Jr. with the ace-8. Trey coming along for the ride with the pocket 3s. And I don't think Federico is going to be the type of player to stand for this kind of limping dynamic. Should be pumping it up here. Does go for an 8x sizing here, because he knows that this King 9 is actually playing really well versus this kind of these limps. Let's see if Roman Jr. is going to come along with the ace-8. He's not, and Trey in position here with the pocket 3s. Looks like he wants to peel one off. Both players quite deep, so we still have a 10 stack to pot ratio. No dice for either player really, but Trey still out on top there with those 3s. Will surely be coming along for one at the very least. Quite difficult to assume what Trey's range looks like here as Federico. I'm guessing he's thinking he's going to have some pairs, maybe some hands that didn't squeeze pre-flop, like Queen Jack suited or something like that. King 9, King 10, Queen 10, these kind of holdings. Very interesting turn card now as Trey makes a boat. Of course, some concern about the emergence of overpairs there. But he's going to have a lot of 10x here. Does just go for the check back. And look at this. The 10 on the river. And let's see if Trey can turn his hand into a bluff here to try and get his opponent off of the chop. He's going to have most of his 10x is likely to bet the turn, but at this depth he could definitely consider checking back some 10x, not wanting to get check raised here. Opening the door to bluffs and overpairs, really putting him into the blender. So I think that the representation of a 10 is somewhat credible here. Let's see if he can find it. He knows that, oh, he does just check it back. So we're going to chop it up, €95 for each player.
Some bullshit river, man.
It could be worse.
It could be worse for sure.
9-6 suited for Dan. Looks like he fancies getting in the mix here. Let's see what Xandar has to say about that. He's going to go for the call. Jakub going to just come along for the ride here. Any squeezing opportunities in the blinds. Roman continuing with the 8-4 offsuit, and Alvaro fancies taking his price with King Deuce of spades. Not looking for those spades though. Could be in some trouble versus Blaszko. If so, what do we have here? Dan. And yeah, Xandar with bottom pair actually has 50% 5 ways. Quite rare you see that. He has Roman outkicked. Jakub, is he going to consider any kind of stab at this one in position with some backdoors? Looks like he is. 75 out there. He goes for what looks to be 35. Just under half pot. Roman with his bottom pair comes along for the ride, gets out a little bit of the driftwood here. And Marek will come along as well with his 4. Wow, what a turn card for Jakub there. Stabbing with some backdoors and turns the flush draw and the gut shot on the turn. 180 in there. Still really deep versus his 2 opponents. And he checks now, having picked up the equity here. And look at this. The river is the flush completer, but also gives both Xandar 2 pair and Jakub top pair. And Roman is going to go for the 1/6 pot here with the bottom pair. Not sure what he's trying to achieve with that. Marek will just call with 2 pair here. And Jakub now facing a tiny sizing and a call. Probably just got to chuck it in and see what happens here. 2 pair will take it down for Xandar there. So quite a weird hand in many ways. Multi-way loose action between these guys. Tiny bets on the river. Definitely an interesting lineup we've got here. Some aggressive regulars playing with deep stacks. We've got some kind of loose, passive, kind of recreational players as well. And then a couple of players kind of mixing between the 2. No dice for Trey, but Federico with big slick. Going to go for a nice big sizing here. No need to go smaller when you've got people that are playing just about every hand on the button and the big blind. Looking to get some value, and look at this. We could have a monster pot here between Federico and Roman, as it's the classic encounter in No Limit Texas Hold'em. Ace King versus Queens. And it's Roman Senior in the midst of all of it as well, in the sandwich now with his King 10. And, you know, you can't even rule out, based on the way he's played so far, that he may call this 4-bet from Federico. Cutoff versus big blind versus a rather unpredictable type of player. I think we're going to be quite happy to take the Ace King upstairs here. Does go for the full 400. I like the size up. Will Roman just send it in here? They're playing 300 big blinds effective. Quite an awkward situation in some ways. Jamming seems like a lot of chips going in there. If you get snapped, you're going to be dead to 2 outs for the most part. Of course, Ace-King could potentially consider getting it in with you as well. But the dynamic does change that slightly. That's kind of more on the traditional sense. With this setup, and also the fact that Roman Senior was kind of caught in the crossfire as well. One, that means that the squeeze is going to be a little bit more inviting and therefore a little bit wider. And that means that Federico is going to realize that and potentially fire back some aggression facing that squeeze. What's he going to do here? Wow, he folds the queens. Wow, I was not expecting that. I thought he was going to go all in or call. I didn't even consider the option of folding there. My word. He clearly didn't tune into the stream and see Federico playing on Wednesday, because if there's one player at the table that's capable of the 4-bet bluff there. Bonkers fold. I mean, of course, we're not absolutely loving life, but we're not hating life either. It's a pretty decent spot as far as things go. Big blind versus cutoff there in a 4-bet spot, especially when it's not a single raise pot pre-flop, when there's a cold caller in the midst. It just makes the ranges that bit wider, and therefore the counter aggression is somewhat more likely versus your 3-bet squeeze. So, yeah, folding queens. Erring on the side of the ridiculous. Here comes Trey. He's had enough of sitting around for a couple of hands. Back in the mix here with the Jack-8 suited. Putting some pressure on Jakob's +1 open from +2. Roman Jr. fresh off of that Queen's fold. Now, old calls the 3-bet in the small blind with the King-Queen.
Yeah. Different. And all that smoke.
And we're going to be going 3 ways to the flop with Roman Jr. in the driving seat. No one hitting this board at all. Roman Jr. now leading into the field here. Jakob does have a gut shot on the turn. Trey just simply jack high. And he takes it down. Just realized we've got a couple more viewers on the YouTube, so sorry that I've ignored your comments so far. We got a lot of guys in the chat rooting for Trey. Also a couple of people saying, Roman, you are the best, says Adriana. Lance Morris, come on Trey, you got this, bro. See Hoshi, cheeky little nut, second hand after a monster bluff. Lots of people following their boy. Rather inconsequential pot developing here. Gives us time to engage with the chat a little bit. We are also on YouTube. We are on SpadePoker, The Festival, Banco Casino YouTube as well. Trey for the win, says Daniel Robbins. Can't really be too biased in the booth, but I'm certainly in his camp, that's for sure. Ache Tamas says good luck. Christique says love from Christique. Mum and Jaffe. Trey, you got this. He certainly does. He's come with a strong game plan so far, and it's worked out for him, getting a huge bluff through in the first hand. Sat there looking confident. He's in for 750 euros, so he's already had a profit of 250. Not bad for 45 minutes work. And look at this, Dan lurking in the shadows on the button, having already seen some decent action ahead of him. Trey opening it up to the 15. Roman Senior has 3-bet 250, and this is exactly what you want to see on the button. 2 aces coming in for the cold 4-bet.
Do you have any hundreds?
No, sir.
Okay. That's unfortunate.
Trey
Maybe.
gets out the way with a little smile as if to say, okay, you boys fight it out, I'll get you next time. And Roman Senior is not having any of it with the Queen 10. He is in a lot of trouble here. Gonna need some help from the dealer. And that is not going to be the help he's looking for. King 7-4, 2 spades, 1 diamond. He does have a spade, so maybe some chance of a backdoor flush there. But you feel like Dan will be following this up with the small bet. At this stack to pot ratio, where he's got 290 behind versus a player that's so wide, he could check back maybe with the spade and risk any kind of dodgy run out on the board. But I think his option to bet small here seems pretty good. Roman has put him in. Check jamming with Queen High on King 7-4. What on earth is going on here? And it's 8% equity for Roman Senior, who's not going to show his cards. Guess he was hoping to get his opponent to fold a hand like Ace Queen, Ace Jack, and on this occasion, he does run into the goods. Aces will take it down for Dan in seat 6.
Now I do.
Huh?
Now I do.
These chips are filthy.
Oh, what?
They're like so dirty. I wonder how often they clean them, like once every 2 years or so? Not even.
Prosím. Jsi si povídal teda nějaké čipy? Nepovídal, no? Nemám.
So the action getting pretty loosey-goosey here as the Norwegian Dan Remy Larsen there benefits from pretty optimistic play from one of the Molnar clan. Roman Senior unperturbed, back in there with the 4 deuce, peeling an open from Federico. Roman Junior in the hijack with the Queen 6 of diamonds, and it's Dan in the cutoff now. Does he fancy getting brave, or is he going to lock up a little bit of that profit from the last hand? He is going to come along for the call. Feels like the opportunity to hit some spades could be very profitable for him. Multi-way pot here. Federico has the nut flush draw, and he's checked it over to Roman Senior, who's bet pretty big multi-way here with his 4 deuce, and these two guys will be going to war. It looks like he's committed himself with the bottom pair. Federico will be loving the eventuality of that bet. Happy to get the chips in. Let's see if Molnar's going to save the 160 behind, or whether he feels like he's just going to pray that his opponent has some kind of flush draw. There's not really any other natural semi-bluffs on this kind of board. Does find the fold. Leaves himself with 160 euro behind and looks a little bit frustrated. Playing a couple too many hands at the moment and getting into some troublesome situations with very weak holdings. Roman Senior once again back in the mix with a huge raise to 32. Maybe a little bit steamy under the collar. Federico, I don't think will be going anywhere with the Jack-10 suited, although the sizing is huge. Just over 6x, but his opponent has been shown to be capable of just about anything. Is going to flick the call in, and we're going to take a flop here. 69 in there, 128 back, so around about 2 stack to pot ratio. And look at this, it just goes from bad to worse for Roman Senior with the equity advantage pre-flop. Queen Jack versus the dominated Jack-10, but this time cannot find what he was looking for. Just the 2 overcards, and his opponent has outkicked him on the flop. Reverse domination now as Federico's in a great spot with the top pair. He's even got the backdoor flush draw if he's having any kind of concerns about the overpairs. Does just call, wary of the fact that his opponent is maybe under a little bit of tilt here, and just the dream turn card. 100 left for Roman Senior, and he's going to see the bad news here, drawing dead on the turn, unfortunately. 325 euro pot will be heading in the direction of the Italian, and it's bad news for the Slovakian there. Takes a sip of espresso and might be going to grab a few extra chips. Let's see.
Ja som jeho sponzor, takže podľa mňa to bude. Neviem, akorát to ešte.
Give me some fives, please. That's the time.
Daj mu
Thank you very much.
na rozdýchání. Nemyslím lové. Přidal toľko veľa, aby som tam bol obrkaný.
25.
Roman Jr., though, he's been doing a little bit better than his father and is opening it up with the jacks here to 25 for the 5x sizing. Federico, king, queen in the small blind. Not the type of player to back down. Might even be going for a raise here. No, he does just go for the call. Does outflop his opponent with the top pair. And a strong kicker here.
You play PLOs?
It's going to be a check call,
Not as well.
allowing his opponent to maybe blast off down the streets.
You play everything.
Ray looks like he's interested in joining the PLO.
Horse,
You play
eight
poker.
game.
You play poker.
No matter what game it is, it's me versus you, you know?
Yeah,
That's all it is, you know?
Where are you better?
I don't know. Probably like super deep cash, but I don't normally play 5-5. I normally play like 1-3. So I normally play like 300 big steep, but here's a bit more. But we'll be 300 big steep soon, you know? I don't know. I feel like tournaments, but I'm yet to get like the big result. But I've had many close calls, you know? But soon the big one's coming. Yeah.
Another check call from Federico. Happy to come along, and the 7 is a great card for him.
I don't play in the UK very much, so I normally
All
just
of
play
the
Empire, but I just play cash games.
Queen jacks, flush draws, ace queens, ace
But
jacks.
I've been banned from Grosvenor for many years.
Completely
So
missed.
that's why I come here and play.
What?
Shouldn't be too worried about any emergence of a 7, although maybe 8-7 suited,
I banned myself for 6
9-7 suited could be in there potentially.
To go back, they said no, not yet. Another 6 months, and then that happened for like 5 years. But they just let me back in now because I went to Vegas in the summer and I met one of the sponsored pros called Jamie Dixon. One of
And look at this from Federico, very much aware of where he's at in the hand, going for the lead, looking to get the calls from these kind of holdings, 9s, 8s, jacks, queens, king jack, king 9. Understanding that some of these hands are going to be checking back and he's going to lose value, so he's going to go for the lead and then reassess if he gets raised, potentially allowing himself the opportunity to get away from the hand. So if he leads for 70 and his opponent raises big, he would always check call like 140, right? So it's like it both gets called by the hands that would check back, but also saves him money if he believes that his opponent is going to play very honestly versus this river lead, which I think is a fair assumption for the most part in live cash games. People find river raises extremely difficult to execute, and for good reason. It's at the point in the hand where there's the most amount of money in the pot and there's a lot of pressure on, and us humans, we tend to potentially err towards the side of caution. So these river leads are extremely efficient. So Dan opens it up. Roman is going to come along with the 9-6 and Alvaro in the small blind with the ace-10, hoping to play three ways with his player on his left-hand side, but also not get into too big of a spot versus an under-the-gun open. Dan with his king-queen here. He's going to bet. 35, goes for the big sizing as well, 35 into 45. Gets two quick folds.
I feel like 2 hours isn't long enough. 3 hours. 3 hours would have been better. Because you know the first hour, everyone's a little bit like easing into the game. Unless you're me, you just start blasting in the first time.
2 hours you can be like guarded
For sure.
easily.
3 hours is like a better amount
At
of
least
time.
one hand, you're not playing 3 hours.
For sure, for sure.
Wow, how can you play without glasses? It's so bright.
Right, yeah.
I got a headache right away when I took them off. Very bright.
Definitely concur with what Dan was saying there about the brightness of the lights. It's something that takes a little bit of time to get used to when you're playing. You can add a little bit of a different dynamic.
I look a bit funny.
I don't think so.
Federico here in the hijack with the 10-9. Pretty favorable lineup behind him.
I wonder what my friend George has to say about the hands we've played so far. I think he's commentating.
Yes, I certainly am, mate, and I love the pep in your step. You're exuding good energy out there, Trey. He's doing a good job representing our home nation.
95. 95. Только 95, 95.
Be careful.
Okay.
Almost could see something there.
Alvaro with the squeeze on the button. Federico gets out the way with the 10-9, and Alvaro gets the action he's looking for here, isolating versus Roman, who's clearly been playing a super wide range and has been
Crazy, right?
certainly one of the more optimistic players on the table with his approach. Has he learned from some of his past misdemeanors? He has. He comes into this second bullet with maybe a bit of a resurgence, a change in tact.
Blind Isabel, normally.
Thank you.
You play the main event?
This one, no, because I only arrived yesterday, and I haven't had enough time to get in.
But is it for real? Like Lance told you that he wanted to watch you on the stream?
My mum.
Your mom.
So I went home for a few days because I've been in Slovakia for too long, because I can only stay in Europe for half of the time, and I've been here so often that I'm scared I'm going to overstay my time. So I planned to go home for like 2 or 3 weeks, but I was just in the living room with my mum, and the stream was on telly, and she's like, how come you never play on the stream? And I said, because it's not on while I'm there. She said, fly out there and go and play, I want to watch it. She just like wants to watch me and like show off to her friends and say, that's my son. 'Cause even though it's on YouTube, she still thinks it's on like TV, do you get what I mean? But it's good to play live stream games, you know, because I have a lot of people at home that know I play, and they see me play full time now, and they don't quite understand what I do. So for like my friends that don't quite understand,
Alvaro playing with the tens,
pretty good to them, you know.
It's funnier, I think.
For sure.
opening it up from the cutoff.
Funniest spot.
Gets a couple of
Sometimes you overthink
callers.
stuff, but just-
Roman in there kind of wide. And it's a decent flop for Zandar there in the big blind, flopping top pair. Alvaro with these tens multi-way. He's got the 10 of diamonds. He's going to bet this board. And Roman not going anywhere. And of course, Zandar will be coming along as well with his top pair. So gets 2 callers now, and you feel, unless it's quite a specific turn card, well, the king is actually the one I was thinking of. The king or the jack would give him some kind of hope, at least, in the form of a gut shot, and also removal to hands like Jack 10. He blocks some hands like King 10, Queen 10, Ace 10 that would come along with a pair and a gut shot as well. So if there's ever a time to use a hand to start pounding on these loose ranges behind, this could be it. Let's see if he overbets here. It would be really sexy. It's the sort of 3/4 pot. Gets rid of the Queen 4, and now Marek with not a great situation himself. He just can't really improve versus any other value, and Alvaro there finds a way to get the job done. Third best hand on the flop, but he takes it down on the turn. A sign of class from the Spaniard. Back to the action. Dan getting a little bit spicy on the button. for a huge squeeze,
How was your name? I remember.
isolating
Trey.
Trey.
Roman,
I remember
and
you had, like,
Marek
such a
is savvy
rough
to
name.
it with the queen 9 suited here. He knows what's going on.
But it was like
Well aware of the dynamics. This is the strongest part of his game for sure. He's just very observant, and he will find these spots, and he's not someone to be underestimated. Dan is going to continue though with the 5-3 suited, and Marek's actually in a pretty decent spot. Going to the flop. Gut shot for Dan. Xandar has an overcard with some backdoor straight potential.
I would say you live here, actually.
That's what some people think. They ask me if I live here. I'm like, no, I just come here and look. Because the flights are like £20.
Yeah.
You know? And the place that I stay is like £14 a night. It's great. So cheap. It's even cheaper than living at home.
It's even cheaper than
Are we going to see a c-bet here from Marek? He does check. I don't mind it, to be honest. No backdoor. Just the bare queen high here. Giving some credit for your opponent. You can definitely use this as kind of a delay bet. Once you do see the check back, you know that your opponent isn't going to have too many strong hands, a lot of ace highs, a lot of king highs that you can start to pounce upon. So wanting to use maybe some slightly higher equity holdings on the flop,
Hi, Seren.
higher or lower in some senses.
You play poker in Barcelona?
No, I've never. Only once. One tournament.
It's good then, I like it.
And does turn a pair, and look at this for a run out. Marek coming up trumps there with the backdoor trips, and it's a question of how much now.
But you play gut?
Going for the third check would be really ambitious here, expecting your opponent to reopen the action on the river, having checked back the flop and the turn. So
All the players' parties, they got like
he will be
bar, free bar
trying to
free.
target a hand like pocket eights, pocket nines potentially, tens. These kind of holdings could definitely play in this fashion, checking back the flop, seeing another overcard on the turn, and then potentially heroing the river versus the
Even if you don't play like
semi-unorthodox line.
select your games quite
Bombs the river 175 into around about 250 and get the job done.
No, I just played. I played some cash and some side events. But I played main event in Vegas this summer. I got quite unlucky. I went into day 2 like top 100 chip stack. And then I lost aces versus 8s for 40 bigs.
But you get love.
All in free.
You get love. Cash out.
No, I didn't cash. I bubbled, which was frustrating. I had so many chips. I lost aces versus 8s.
How much was you buying?
10k.
10k.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I have a rich friend, and he has faith in me, you know, so he put me in. He's a really good guy, really good player. I was just going to play the 1Ks, and then when I cashed a few 1Ks, we went to dinner, and he said, do you want to play the main event? I said, what do you think?
Alvaro with
I'll
the
bring you in for
ace eight
15%
hearts.
free roll, so not bad, you know?
Is it your biggest event?
Yeah,
Biggest
it's my
event
biggest
ever played.
I'm quite lucky because my friend, he comes second in the 2.5K for 450.
Roman Jr. will be 3-betting here, and look at this, another huge situation emerging as Dan wakes up again, coming in for a cold 4-bet. He had aces before, he got the absolute lot off of Roman Jr. Senior. Now with the kings versus Roman Jr.
2 years later, he's just now one of the best.
And you can already see the look of discontent
It's good to watch his journey.
from Roman Jr. there as he saw those chips being slid into the middle behind him,
Do you want to say him hello?
fidgeting around a little bit. Jakob now finding tens in the small blind. This is getting ridiculous. Look at these holdings. Ace, queen, kings, and now tens. Deciding, well, really only one option. Does he want to 5-bet jam or just fold? And I think fold is probably the shrewd option here. And look at that, Roman Jr. getting away from the ace-queen. No action for Dan. Maybe his image a little bit tarnished, having shown down aces in that 4-bet spot earlier on. Doesn't quite get the action he was hoping for, but nevertheless, €100 or so rake free for about 30 seconds work. Not too bad. Multi-way limp pot here. Not really much to report. No one's really got much of a hand either. Interesting game so far from Roman Jr., who's able to get away from the ace-queen, facing the full bet there, and now limping with jack-3 off. So continuing that theme of unpredictability. He's going to stab the flop with his top pair. Trey comes along, kind of forced into the pot in this 5-5 format. Usually he'd just be folding in the 2-5 game, but 5-5 he's already forced to play, so he has to flop middle pair now and face a little bit of discomfort as Federico is going to announce the raise to 80 with the combo draw here. 7-5 of spades, a mean hand on jack 6-4 2 spades, open ender and the flush draw of course, and Roman here will agree not looking to see a 3, as that could have spelled disaster for the Slovakian, but instead the 5 rolls off, which may even slow down Federico. He may go for the second barrel.
It was good to play with someone like that. Do you know what's crazy?
Trying to get a hand like a 6 to fold.
Where do you normally play?
Still going to have equity versus just about any holding in his opponent's range.
But it was good for him to think that I was playing well.
He told you that.
Huh?
He told you that.
Yeah. So he was like, where do you normally play? Because I've never seen you. And I was like, bro, I just play small stakes, you know? But I felt super comfortable at my table. Like, for a 10k buy, the level's super soft. It just felt like the average €500 buy, you know?
Federico's still in the tank here, mulling over his decision. He's going to continue with the semi-bluff here. Again, a sign of creativity from the Italian. Look at this, 250 going for the turn over bet, really putting these Jack X holdings into the absolute blender. Will Roman be able to stomach a call here? He's turned an open ender with his lowly kicker. Still holding top pair, of course. And this could get spicy as Federico has a lot of heart and a lot of ability in his playbook to find the river bluff. 5 on the river, it's absolutely sickening. The dream card for Federico is, of course, some of his straight completions are going to be a little bit suspect with the 4-liner available, but the 5 could be the card that gets him paid here versus Roman, who's stuck around for the river. And if he thinks he's going to be ahead on the turn, the 5 doesn't change an awful lot. Apart from, of course, those 5x of spades, the 5-3, the 5-7, the 8-5 of spades, all available. 3 combos there. Potentially some aggressive 7-5s, so maybe a few more. He blocks 3-5 of hearts, although in a limp pot, Federico will have all of these hands offsuit as well, but it just depends on whether he thinks his opponent will overbet those holdings on the turn, which is tough to say. Wow, look at this. The absolute hammer being laid down there by the Italian in seat 1. Goes for the 1k bet. Ruthless targeting of the jack here. Roman Jr. Is he going to be able to stick around for the ride here? His opponent is repping pocket 6s, pocket 4s. I don't think he check raises the flop 3 ways with jack 5. But yeah, 6s, 4s, 5-7, 5-3 basically. Of which some of those you can discount. And of course 8-7 as well, the gut shot on the flop. Maybe 8-7, 1 spade, that kind of holding that turns the nuts and still feels like it's best. There it is, the call. Wow, huge pot here, 2.7k. And bad news for the Slovakian as Federico rolls over just the gin run out with his 7-5 of spades. could not have asked for a better run out. Comes perfect, 5-5. Maybe the 3 as well would have got him paid even more, but gets the absolute max as the Italian, and Hill's going to be delighted with that one. Put in a great performance on the stream on Wednesday and follows it up with a masterfully played hand there, getting the full value.
Nie, teraz most viacej hrajem keď som presedol. Lebo hraje sa len tá 5 kartová, strašne variančná. Rôzne to je, radšej ja mám holdom už teraz na 4 kartov ešte, ale už málo ľudí, každý to 5 kartov, každý chce hitovať na všetky tie ryby, proste table selection. A 4 karta, keď som rozval, tak to bolo 4 pasy. A zase 5 kart.
Ale nie je lokálny.
Sú tam Slováci, tak Samo, oni Oliver, máš to, potom
Can I get green tea, please? Green tea.
to vyzerá jak oni. Povedomie tam.
I don't need a honey either. I've got half of this one.
Federico back in the thick of it. Just flatting versus Alvaro. Super deep, these guys. Starting to see some numbers flood in on Twitch and our multiple YouTube channels, so thanks very much for you guys joining. We are playing 5-5 Texas Hold'em here at the festival in Bratislava. Friday night cash game action. We're going to be live with the main event tomorrow. That's going to be starting around about 2:30 local time.
All levels will be 25 minutes long, and will open your slot number 6. Small blind 2,000, big blind 5,000, big blind 5,000. Dealer button start at 150. Dealer button will start at position number 5. And dealers, cut in the air please. I wish you all the best of luck. Thank you.
So Jakob raising to 40 here. We are on the straddle, and Roman Jr. defending with his King 3. King of clubs as well, so some backdoor nut flush draw potential. And Jakob looks like he's going to follow it up with 30 into 90. Roman coming along for the ride here with that backdoor club draw. Ooh, what a spicy turn card, if ever I could think of one. The Queen of Clubs giving Jakob second pair and Roman the nut flush draw now. I think the likelihood on the flush completer is going to go check, check. And look at this, backdoor trips. We've seen now 3 players at the table do this. Marek was the first with the queens in the 3-bet, Queen 9 with the 3-bet pot. It goes Queen, Queen for him on Jack 7-6. Federico just recently in the 2.7k pot, check raising the flop with the combo draw. Finds a pair on the turn, continues to bluff it. Finds trips on the river and got paid. And now Jakob is going to take a stab at it, and Roman not interested in using that King of Clubs as any kind of bluffing candidate, just getting out the way.
Can I please get Does anyone want a drink? No one want a drink? No? Just me, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Just one Hennessy will be nice. Just one.
Dan's been pretty active, the Norwegian. Limps under the gun with 5-4 of spades. Certainly a playable holding. Surprised not to just see a more conventional open there. And we do go 3 ways in a rather small pot. So bottom pair for Dan with the backdoor flush draw. Not a bad one to stab here. Got some decent turn cards. Can just clear out a bit of equity. You can see there 24 and 13%. Which means that he would have lost the hand just over a third of the time, and by betting, he wins the hand 100% of the time, so it's not a bad outcome for him.
She's the best. She's great. When I travel, she helps a lot with my son, which is good, which gives me more freedom to come. Because without her, my baby mum would shout at me, you know, she'll say, come home. But you know, a man has to chase his dreams, right?
How old is he?
My son is 5.5. But when I'm in England, I have him all the time. Then when I'm away, my mum helps. So it's nice, you know? She's great.
Roman in the cutoff with the King Jack, looking to pump it up, maybe find some redemption from the big pot he lost earlier on, shoving it in almost stone dead versus Dan there. And such a big sizing allows Dan to just get out the way with the ace-8. Roman seems a little bit hot under the collar. All of a sudden the raise sizings are getting bigger and bigger. Went for 32, now he's going for 35 in a 5-5 game. Packing a lot of meat on the bone, that's for sure.
Kam. Hore dole. Bol som aj vonom, čo to je? Tu pri Blave. No.
Šamorín. Ale kde?
Tu novú kasinu otvorili, hej. 8 to. Hore dole.
Krémešovi hodíš do Komárna.
So no action so far, but we know that Roman likes to play, and with Jack-10 suited, why wouldn't he?
Daj 15.
He makes it any discount for the guys this time? No, 35 to go. Into Xandar's big blind, 4 deuce he's got, so I don't think he's going to be coming along, and 2 hands in a row. One of the things that you've got to consider in these kind of games where you have these types of VIP players is they're going to get bored and potentially not interact as much if this happens multiple hands in a row. So the expected value that you kind of give away by calling these massive raises at least allows the opponent a little bit of excitement and entertainment, where if he's just raising huge and getting folds all the time, it can feel a little bit predatory from their perspective. They start to realize that people are just waiting for big hands against them and no one wants to play, and it's less attractive for them to continue to give such generous action. So a bit of a sizing tell. We seem to move all the way down to 15 now, having been raising much bigger. Marek knows the score. He's going to get involved, and Jakub, of course, with the pocket 5, happy to take his shot at flopping a set. Can see some action boards here. Not that one. All players kind of have holdings that could wrap around each other. 3 on the turn, still no one really with any significant equity. Let's see if Roman Senior could take a stab at this one. representing a hand like Queen Jack, Ace Jack, Jack 9, Ace 10. Marek looks interested with his 5-4. Not sure why. He's got essentially the nut low, and Jakub also getting out the way. Nicely done there. 3 pots in a row, but not really getting much action, so only a profit of about 40-50 euros or so.
Jaj, musí si vyhrať. Ja som mal dobrú, 4-5 sľúci, to je moja obľúbená. Ja som mal aj 3-bet. A ešte ani jeden, bohorský, lebo tam blafovať by sa... Nebolo pekné.
Oplatilo by sa ti to?
Ani nie.
No,
5 aj by som.
To ti hovorím. 1 race 20, 20.
Federico popping it up 4x with the ace 3. A couple of folds, round to down in the cutoff. Big pot MF, says his hat. He certainly hasn't shied away from playing the big pots. He was trying to reach for chips and then goes as if to say, you know what, mate, just take it. 6-5 off versus an under the gun 4x. Not conventionally the type of hand that we want to be playing, although you do tend to see the rule book bended somewhat, or bent, should be better English, for the stream dynamics, which usually the unspoken agreement is that players will play a little bit looser, give a little bit more action, it's a little bit more of an advertising kind of venture, hoping to maybe get into their local private game with some loosey-goosey antics, where they will continue the ruse for first half of the session and then just lock it up and print. So Federico here, unperturbed with his ace-3 on a 10-10-8 board. Does have backdoor spades at the very least, can maybe muscle some better ace-highs, such as this one, ace-9 of clubs, ace-9 of hearts, ace-7 of hearts, ace-jack off, no diamond. Even getting a hand like king-queen, no diamond to fold is quite a decent result. And does muscle his way through that one.
Čo? Čo? Why you disturb him?
You know, I was about to.
So 3-bet pot, Trey gets out the way with the king-queen. Under the gun versus cutoff, fair enough really. Considering the game conditions, maybe calling isn't the worst because you know that Roman's going to be just super wide here. But yeah, I don't mind the fold, of course. Interesting flop here, a 7 could spell fireworks on the turn if we do find it. Gut shot there for Roman Senior, and Zandar with the pocket 7s will be pretty happy with this flop. Probably going to be going for some kind of 50 to 75 sizing, you'd think. Versus this type of opponent, you can definitely get a lot of value. So sizing up makes a little bit more sense. The range is wider. They're going to have all sorts of pocket pairs, ace highs, king highs that aren't going anywhere. Good turn card. as well. Another undercard to the sevens. Does go for the check back though. And a king on the river. Is Roman Senior going to be firing out some kind of bluff here? We've seen him make a couple of small kind of uncommitted sizings, but look at this. It's gone for a little bit of a size up here. That looks like north of half pot, and you know what? That's not going to be what Marek wanted to see. 161. Marek is known for his prior role. Oh, he's talking to him as being a police investigator. He's great at live reads. He's good at understanding the dynamics, the psychology, the levels of comfort in his opponent. He's talking to him in Slovak, trying to glean any kind of information here. Likes to play with the chips. He likes to change his expressions to try and either lull his opponent into a false sense of security. He'll do this thing with his cards sometimes where he's kind of pretending to muck them and then looking over, like, yeah, this kind of stuff right now. Looking at them, trying to get that extra little bit of a flicker out of his opponents. The chips in his hand, he's going through the routine. Does make the call, and it is the correct one. Well played, sir. Finds the correct play and does see the missed gut shot. Is he going to see those cards shown or mucked? And it's bad news for Roman there. Roman Senior could not pass the test of the police inspector.
I feel like none of us are going to win the package. The game's playing pretty relaxed. They're going to hear that this game was relaxed and start going crazy in the PRO, you know, trying to win.
Seeing the chats go a little bit quiet, guys, let us know
George,
if you're enjoying the stream, what you've thought so far. Any questions are, of course, welcomed.
He's a great Where's he from? He's from England as well. I met him the first time I come here. So I won the first event I ever played here, and he come third. And we're just both English, so you know, we just got on, and now I've just got a lot of respect for him. He's a great commentator as well.
Oh, nice words from Trey there. Looking for some brownie points in the booth. Much appreciated, sir. It's good to see Trey's rise recently. He's been playing a lot more, getting himself out and about, putting in the work, both on and off the table. And that's what pays the dividends, really. Poker is quite a competitive game these days. As you can see around this table, you've got Federico in seat 1, you've got Alvaro in seat 3, Dan in seat 5, Xandar, seat 6, Jakub seems like he's got a pretty good understanding of the game as well in seat 7, and of course Trey, another professional, in seat 8, a strong player. So that kind of work that he's doing in terms of the holistic, the gym, these things really come into play in these long cash game sessions. It can be a battle of endurance as much as raw ability in some senses. Back to the action here. No one really hitting a major piece of this. Trey does have ace-queen, which is sort of 2 overcards, but no backdoor draw. He's going to go for a big sizing multi-way and looking to clear out some of the dead wood here. But Roman Jr. will come along for the ride with 8-3, the backdoor flush draw, the backdoor straight draw. And this could be tricky for Trey, unless he finds the Queen of Spades on the turn. What an action card here as Roman now leads into him. Bets 100 here into 300. We've only got one option here as Trey. We really want to be raising. Does call though. I think maybe a slight error wanting to charge some of the draws, and now all of a sudden he allows his opponent an easy shot at the river. And he shoves, and Trey is not going to like the look of this. But based on his opponent's characteristics, I mean, it's easy for me to say as I've seen the whole cards, but this as a bluff would seem rather uncharacteristic, you'd think.
577.
Thought the turn raise would be nice, targeting these like random king queens, queen jacks,
Pocket sixes, right? Yeah, pocket sixes.
leading with the 7, 9-8, 10-9, 10-8. Want to be charging these types of players here. They're going to be likely to check raise the flop with the 7s and the 6s, as they will view the flop and think, well, there's so many straight draws and flush draws out there, I'm going to be wanting to get value. So
It's a sick one. They've got good hands, but I feel like they're not bluffing.
usually not slow playing these types of big hands on the flop. So
Trust your
Trey is saying he thinks he's got pocket 6s, but the backdoor flush, as we can see he has, would certainly line up with the small turn lead there. Would 6s on a double flush draw board want to lead small or go for a big check raise?
Like deuces or sixes, right?
You're giving me too much credit.
Sorry, 2 seconds.
It's okay. What you want.
575. 575.
Can Trey put the pieces of the jigsaw together as we saw from Xandar in the previous hand? Xandar making the correct call, and now Trey hoping to find a way out. It's an overbet from a player that led small on the turn and now springs an overbet jam on a change in board texture. Where are the bluffs coming from? The 9-8, the 10-9, the 10-8, the 5-4, the 8-5. Do they just jam though? You tend to see at these kind of lower stakes live cash games is when players do choose these hands as bluffs, they rarely commit to the full amount. So the bigger size, all in, very quick as well on the river. He was all in within about 10 seconds. All of these things indicating strength. Of course, my English allegiances on side with Trey, hoping that he can find the fold here. Still putting the pieces of the jigsaw together, and there go the cards into the muck. Masterfully done, sir. Well played.
You didn't show.
Show what? I have ace queen.
Ace queen is good fold then.
Ace queen, good fold, yeah?
You will see
I know, but you know it eats at you, you know. Ace queen, good fold, yeah?
Yeah.
You have 8-9 spades.
I will not tell you
There we
anything
go. He was
about
onto him.
cards anymore.
Nice hand. You should have spent like 250, yeah, cool.
Yeah. But I thought you have a 7, you know.
And I got paid.
You have deuces, yeah? 8-9 spades.
No.
No bluff, though, no?
No bluff.
Okay, nice hand. I almost just raised the turn. Oh. Maybe I look silly on screen, you know?
Definitely didn't look silly, sir. I think I would have raised the turn though on the double flush draw texture, just gone with it.
Because you knew him or because of the fetish or
135.
Can we get a waiter?
Roman with his flush draw misses everything. Roman Senior, it's been an absolutely disastrous session for him so far. Jakub,
You know, once
His
you have one and it hits
fellow
so
Slovakian,
smooth,
ironing
the
him
second
out.
one is
That's the
cooling.
second bullet. Unfortunately, going
really a heavy drinker.
is being spread across the rest of the table there.
I like to have a couple.
As I'm not sure if he's going to have time to pull up. I think we do have around about 25 minutes or so
Okay.
left of the stream.
Dinner in that UFO in that
Oh,
tower.
that
Seat
would
open.
be there. No, I've not been there, but I've heard good things.
Seed open, so that's going to be the end of that.
Yeah, for sure.
Unfortunate loss of €1,000 there.
The view is nice.
I can imagine, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like Bratislava in the winter, all you can do is eat good food and go to a bar. There's not much else to do. In the summertime it's nice, you know, but in the winter time it's not much.
Marek now opening, calling an open. 15 from Dan. Trey comes along for the ride as well in the cutoff, and Federico with that steely glaze looks interested. Let's see if we're going to see a squeeze here. Body language indicating that that's exactly what's to come. Let's go for the €80 sizing on the button. Pouncing on the open and the two cold callers. Are we going to see some fireworks here? No whole card graphics at the moment, but action looks to be developing. No snap fold from the Norwegian here. Dan Remy Larsen is going to find the call. Marek trying to work out how much Trey's got there. I think he's got around about, those greens are 100 and the yellows are 25. So he's got about 850, 900, I'd say.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Federico flopping top two there, squeezing the ace-9, dream flop for him. As we finally see the graphics catch up. Trey with the pocket eights. Can't find the set, and not a bad pot there for Federico. He got 3 callers for his €80, so a nice little €240 pickup. Granny Hunter 99. That's interesting username. Yeah. Know what you mean? I mean, Marek is eating with a fork at the very least, but
Can I add some more?
15, right?
How much?
750 more, yeah?
Clipzilla said, is Kings North in the chat? Kinga loves TikTok weirdos. Right. Not sure what to make of that, to be honest. So Jakob here getting in the mix with 4 deuce.
How long do we have left?
And he's going to peel. I think we might have got something wrong here with the graphics. Jakob is definitely in seat 7, right? But maybe that's Trey's hand, not too sure. However, Ace-King swing and a miss. Does have 2 overs and a backdoor flush draw though, so it's not exactly the worst board to see bet here. It's quite disconnected. And hope to lean on some pocket pairs. Going to turn equity a decent amount. 2 clean overcards. And 2 callers. So Roman in there with the middle pair. Jakob bottom pair and a backdoor flush draw. And the jack on the turn. Let's see if Dan is going to decide to fire through here. Ace-King red at least blocks some of the King-Jack and Ace-Jack suited. But it's by no means an easy barrel to find here multi-way, as you'd have to expect that your opponents are going to call with pocket pairs 7 or 4x, which is obviously on the looser side. Deuce on the river, and Roman now with his 2 pair. He's going to fire 205 euros into 420, so just under half pot here. Quite thin 3 ways. He could be up against, you know, better 7x. He could be up against hands like 9s, 8s, 10s. Could even be up against overpairs as well. Queens, kings, aces. Maybe checking the turn 3 ways in the Dan's shoes. Seeing the emergence of the second jack on the turn. All very possible. But having said that, he's got the best hand right now, and he looks like he might be getting a call out of Dan here. He's a non-believer. He's looking at that board. He's seeing, you know, 6-5 missed, 6-8, 10-9, 10-8, flush draws. Although he does have that king of diamonds, not ideal. But he's also going for the kind of mega master, where if he calls, he might be able to get Jakob to fold a 2-pair type hand behind, and then he would win versus the bluff, if you know what I mean. So maybe that's what's going through his mind right now. Does fold Jakob here with the 4 deuce. Does he go for the old pot limit Omaha play? The double blockers. Send it in. Would be somewhat unbelievable due to the fact that he checked back the turn 3 ways with plenty of draws available and plenty of hands to target. Unlikely he finds the check back with the jack. But he's going to call, and look at this from Roman. A steely value bet there 3 ways. He gets paid. Nice place up.
almost. I could raise. I almost.
I would insta probably.
Yeah.
Or insta whatever.
15.
No real significant hands to note. Zandar there with the flush draw. Might start to look to pounce on some weakness here. That's €5. Interesting sizing. It's called in every spot. Even Dan coming along for the ride with ace-7 high. And is Zandar going to go for this tiny sizing on the turn to then fire through with a big bet on the river? That's exactly what he's going to do. 55 into 80 now. He gets the job done. Definitely got a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Well aware of the fact that versus the tiny sizing on the turn is rather likely to see some raises from even a jack, or the trips, of course. Federico opening it up with the King-6 of hearts in the +1 seat. And Roman Jr. Lovely holding here. King-Jack of spades. Does he call? Does he 3-bet? 3-bets to 85. And Federico versus that sizing simply cannot justify continuing with a hand that's going to be pretty dominated, and is indeed in this occurrence as well. Multi-way action here, and Roman Jr. coming out on top with trips. Trey's got himself an awkward 2-pair with backdoor flush draw. Although Dan is going to be the one to take a stab at it, going for quite a big sizing here with really almost no equity at all. Trey gets out the way with the 2-pair there, wary that there could be some aces in any of the 3 or 4 opponents' ranges. Roman Jr. comes along for the ride, though, with his ace-5, playing it slow, hoping to induce some more action from his opponent.
Šestka, 65.
$65 from Dan. And Roman continues to play the check call game on the double flush draw texture. And a diamond rolls off on the river. And this surely could be a river that Dan decides to follow through on. Feel like he was going to give up a lot of the time, but can definitely be some spades in there. Ooh, interesting decision from Roman. Is now going to lead. Does Dan have the move in the arsenal to send this one in with the Queen of Diamonds? I'm not sure whether it would have worked or not, but Roman does take down the pot.
Like I said, once you have one, it's so smooth and nice. You have to have 3 or 4, you know. And it gets me ready for the PLO. At the minute, it's just working out 40 euros per drink, so it's not that bad. Could be worse. Are you playing the PLO? Anyone here playing the PLO?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Is it just PLO 4? Or 4, 5, 6? 4. Oh, that's so boring, man. You should get a stream of 4, 5, 6 going. That would be proper game. That would be good. Then we'll definitely beat the...
Trey trying to hustle in some 6 cards, but unfortunately we don't have the graphic potential to get 6 cards up. I think 5 card is a possibility. Sticking with 4 for the time being.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Jack 5 here, decent board for Federico's pocket 8s. Checks it over, out of position to both players. Roman also finding the check, and Dan in the hijack, getting a bit loose with the ace 3. Look at that, Dan showing some moves with the ace 3. Getting a little bit frisky towards the end of the stream here. We do have around about 5 minutes left of play on our No Limit Hold'em Cash Game Challenge. Federico, the big winner so far, he's going to be up well over €1,000, I believe, at this stage.
This is the first 3-bet. apart
Trey
from
with the big
first time.
3-bet here, late on in the
One an
stream.
hour.
I know.
Giving a bit of table talk as well, saying 1 an hour. And Dan's got 10-9 suited. He might come along for the ride here.
A bit better for this one. The first one was just to get the game going, you know? This one is finally a good hand.
What's Dan going to do here? He's got a bit of table talk from Trey. He's claiming a good hand. We can see he's got King 10 offsuit, which probably isn't going to be continuing versus any kind of 4-bet, but
Big raise. You have the button and everything. I'll just take it. Just take it.
just take it, he says. And Trey will take it.
A little bit scared now.
Nice
Almost
hand that.
finished. You don't want any action.
Me?
Yeah. It's so big, that. Just lock the doors, turn off the camera, and play on, huh?
I wish we had another hour or two
Yeah,
at the hold'em
should be
game.
like 2
Yeah,
hours more.
For sure.
Yeah, 2 hours more.
If it wasn't for the PLO stream, I would have moved this game to another table. But obviously we've got the next stream starting within
Yeah,
half an hour. Right?
I'll just be here, I think. Maybe I'll play the PLO.
Yeah, but it's fun, you know? It's fun. You play PLO? Just hold them pro, turn up, win all the money, leave.
I want to play PLO, but not that good.
Only one way to learn.
When I first started playing PLO, they chucked me in the biggest game and I just had to learn on the spot.
Yeah.
Zandar opening it up to 10. Jakob comes along. Alvaro is going to squeeze with Queen Deuce off from the small blind. He's might be following in Trey's footsteps. They've been having a little bit of banter and back and forth across the table. Trey, if you recall, in the first hand of the stream, made a big squeeze with the Queen Deuce and tripled it off and got it through versus Jakob, which was the reason for the majority of his profit. He's won a couple of pots, lost a couple of pots since. Did make a good lay down versus Roman Jr. Is Marek going to be able to sniff this one out here? Playing with his chips, having another look at his opponent, going through his live pro playbook. And there is the 4-bet. This is really the best part of his game. He really understands these dynamics so well. And this is getting silly now. Is Alvaro going to be pumping it in here?
Half an hour?
Surely not. He's going to need a wheelbarrow to take home those balls if he does. What does the Spaniard have up his sleeve here? You just can't see any kind of calling. So if it's going to get fruity, we're going to have to take this upstairs. We need the fold equity with Queen Deuce. Can he find a spirited end of the stream 5-bet with absolute napkins here?
Feel it. The first two were nice. The third one's like, woo.
Oh my God, here we go.
625. Sorry? 625.
5 bets to 625. Zandar instantly saying how much? Let's listen. Enjoy the spectacle. There should be an interrogation coming, unless he's just going to snap fold. Oh my God, he sent it in. Look at this. Finds the 6-bet bluff. This is absolute insanity. Last hand of the stream. And mucks it face down. Xandar not even showing the huge bluff there. Look at that, an absolute master of live reads and game flow dynamics. And there is, wow. I don't even know what to say. That is absolutely incredible. I thought the 5-bet bluff from Federico last time around on a Wednesday was impressive. But Xandar firing in a 6-bet for well over 200 big blinds with the lowly offsuit ace. Incredible.
If it was like half an hour more, I'd just 3-bet this now. But I just seen the man 4-bet jam, you know, so can't 3-bet this one.
Close hand, man. Be careful.
Give me the money. You just won
Okay,
it.
bon
from that hand.
appetit. Take it. Bon appetit.
I bet the turn you fold, yeah?
Probably. Maybe not now.
Right now? I have more 8s than you, so okay. Sometimes.
Okay, then
So back to this one, and Marek with the straight on the turn. Like Trey's going to pop it up here for 35. These guys are having fun. Nine on the river. Marek again going to go for the lead here. €5, trying to get. He pays the 5. That may be the last hand of the night. Let's see.
Thank you very much for the participation on this stream.
And that's going to be it. So the big winners, Xandar there, an incredible 6-bet bluff. Nothing we've ever seen on the No Limit Hold'em stream before. Federico, though, the big winner, and we're going to be back with the Omaha action in around about 20 minutes. Stay tuned.
Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me over like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so relentless. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like. trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in the fenceless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in the fenceless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, tequila like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in defenseless. About to crawl on my knees, I'm so relentless. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, tequila like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in defenseless. About to crawl on my knees, I'm so relentless. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in defenseless. About to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in defenseless. About to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer.
Môžeme vás len počas tohto nebudeme používať telefón, jo? Kolega zabudol budovačku, ani na svojho nechce mať a nechce do rúk, alebo 17 toček dáme.
Hello and welcome back for continued coverage of the Cash Game Challenge here at the festival. It's day 5. Only a little bit of an overlay on the main event. So guys, if you're around the area, get yourself over to the Banco Casino, as there are 2 levels of registration for day 2 of the main event, which will be tomorrow at around about midday. All of the information on that one is over on the website at thefestival.com. But for now, we're going to be playing 5-5 Pot Limit Omaha 4 cards. And we do have 2 seats remaining, which will be filled shortly, no doubt. So we've got Xander and Trey from the previous lineup. We are joined by Florian Fuchs in seat 7, who I know quite well, is from Austria, plays a lot of PLO online and live. Will be a good, strong player here. So keep your eyes peeled for him. We've got David Kaslov over in seat 5. Plays a lot of Omaha as well, mostly cash games. We see One with the GG kind of hood going on over there. Oh, that's Seman from the previous stream.
4, 5, 6, but I don't know why they don't want to.
I would like to play 5 cards.
I thought it's 5 cards. It said 5 card online, no? It said 5 card online, no?
Yes, but I came because I think it's 5 cards.
I will play. I will play.
I'm not sure.
We can play 4, 5, 6, or just
I prefer
whatever.
Me, it's
it
also
is.
good.
Because 4 cards, we got only.
So
6
Xander
players.
wants to play 4 card, Trey and David want to play 5 card, and there's a little bit of negotiations, but the stream is set up for 4 cards for now, so let's stick with it for the time being. 10 on the turn is a set for Roman. He's also got a flush draw and a 6 as well, so really strong set. Not just the naked pocket 10s, but some decent side cards and looking to get some value from
Unless anyone objects,
I asked it and he told me that it's
2 pairs, sets, flush draws.
some technical shit.
Doesn't, in fact, run into anything on this occasion.
Slaughterman.
does anyone object?
Yes.
You can play 4, 5, 6.
So, gentlemen, about that, my colleague just went to the toilet, so I'm able to help you with almost anything. But for this decision, I need his opinion. So, give me a second. Oh, he's back. Look. Only 4. It's not like even if it is on me, you can play 10 cards on I don't care. Obviously, it's a fun, but because of the production things, you can play only 4 cards.
I mean, we never play 4 cards anymore anyway.
Yep, so we're going to stick with 4 for the time being. Roman limping the button, 10-7-4-4. Kozlov checks, and Marek in the big blind will certainly pump this one up. Go check, check. Marek's going to take that one down with the trips. Not betting the turn for some reason. Trying to induce some kind of bet out of his opponent, and the board got worse and worse and felt like he didn't want to put in a river block.
I mean, I would get rid of them.
No one.
Too many limitations. Don't like. No bomb pots, no Mississippi.
That one's impossible.
We can play bomb pots, right?
Any bomb pot is?
I don't think we should actually handle it.
We should all get 50 euros just so that you know participating in the stream. You know, probably has 50 euros worth of drinks, so that's okay.
Nie sú tie senzory. Tu, pod týmto?
Áno. Všetci fold a pírka fold.
Zvyknú byť aj tu, vieš?
A šestka fold. Už teraz už vždy nástroje.
Roman limping in with King 8-6-4.
Check, check.
Pretty wide. And happy to come along, and Florian no hand there in the big blind.
Make big bluff in the first game.
7-6-3.
And still play shit in the whole
To je jednoznačne treba osvietliť.
I thought I showed a bluff, everyone gets up for it, everyone gets psyched up.
What do we have here? Another boisterous table, always is when Trey's in the mix.
15, 4.
Sandar with the overpair and a gut shot to the nuts. Going to check call the bet from Roman, who is, to my eyes, just betting middle pair. No additional equity. Pick up double gut shot now. A 7 or a 3 gives him a straight. And there is a cheeky 3 on the river. So 6-4 should be betting this one, especially with that king of diamonds as well. Less concerned about any kind of flushes. And Xander out the way. So small pot going in the direction of Roman there.
will be make free, you know, because we participate in getting the advertisement out there, you know. The 100 people watching us, they might come and pay their rate, you know. No, I just flew out for the live game. I need to stay in England more. I've been in Europe too much and I don't have a visa, so I only get like half of the year. So, and I've just been here so much that I need to spend some time in England before, because I haven't kept count how long I've been here. But the games here are really good, they're better in England, and it's cheap to live here, so I enjoy it.
Where?
Slovakia, Bratislava, my favourite city. I love Slovakian women, and Ukraine women. The Ukraine women are quite nice as well.
I'm from Ukraine.
You are?
Yeah.
Imagine like you in the UK have only like the highest bill is 50 libra, 50 pounds.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
You have 200 euros.
We have 500.
What? No, it's crazy, right?
Yes. Imagine, and it is also like straightness of European Union.
The bottom two for Florian. I'm not sure what Trey's got, but seems more interested in the conversation, so unlikely to hold too much of a holding here. Roman swinging a miss for him as well, and Zandar, of course, not going to be too interested here, so likely to see this one make its way to the river. Oh, Trey's actually got a pretty decent hand. He did have bottom two. He's now improved to 3-pair. Queen is not in anyone's hands, so just a bit of a multi-way kerfuffle here. Limping and checking it down.
Are we getting any more players, or is it just 6? Just 6? 6 is better. Well, we play 4, 5, 6 is better.
6 was good.
Yeah, for sure.
Faster. Was a lot of players on waiting list.
There is.
Where are they? Where are they?
You know, everyone gives the talk until it comes time to pull up the money. But, let's get.
Čo sa stane, keď sem si dám teraz? Dám dvojitý holder.
Päť, áno, ale že 4 kol.
Jaké 4?
6 kol, 7 kol, 8 kol, 9. Family point.
Okay.
Check.
The family pot, 6-way limped here. And Roman has a 3. So trips for Roman. Not sure what Trey's got, but he's going to need pretty strong holding here. Roman starts to fire on the turn, looking to get some value out of maybe an ace, maybe an inferior 3, and gets rid of everybody.
Čo ste mali, aký spot? Čo si on tam mohol? Ja on tam má 7-5 spade, čiže bol s kingom?
S Jackom. Jack tam bol. No, aj open, no, nejak to nevyšlo.
On mal open a runner na 3.
Nenávidím si takhle, že mezi boxem.
So button versus big blind. Roman coming along again, pretty wide. Trey's got a big hand, but not amazing on this board, although he does have lots of great turn cards though. Holding backdoor spades, holding, you know, the queen 10-9 wrapping around the jack really nicely. So any kind of 8 or higher will give him good equity, and there is the ace. Big fan of the second barrel here. versus this opponent, you're still going to get called by flush draws, straight draws, some Jack X like this, with the Jack X of diamonds. And 10 on the river, which is a decent card for Trey. He blocks the straight, doesn't think about betting it. Could definitely have thought about targeting some ace-6, ace-3, jack-6, jack-3, jack-10 to block the straight as well. And having that queen of diamonds is quite important because it will be blocking some of the king-queen that our opponent will arrive at the river with.
Is this just 2 hours as well?
Yes.
And then what?
And then they send us home. They send us out there to listen to all the noise.
And the smoke.
And the smoke.
It's crazy to still.
I know. In England, it's been banned for like 20 years. You just be playing like a big pot. Someone just be sitting behind you smoking a cigarette trying to watch over.
Wow, what a hand for Roman here. Double suited king, king, queen, queen. Makes it 15 to go. And the strength of that hand goes down in flames. Can't get the job done. Kozlov will win with his ace-8.
I've just noticed that that's a ring. It's a ring. That's badass. I like that. That's cool, bro. I like that one.
Thanks, man.
Today it's apparent that I need to up my duel game. You know,
Yeah, for sure.
I need to catch up with you two. You know,
Good luck with that.
certain man can wear it well, but certain man can't wear it well. You know, so I have to level up.
Are you one of the ones that can?
I'm not sure. I know these man look good though.
I think you could rock it.
I appreciate it, bro.
Oh, that's a good one.
Florian here, double suited 10s. Gonna raise it up.
Osmička, raise 29 na pas, dvojka pas, štvorka po 20. Sedmička pas.
Not a great board for Florian's hand, but he does have an open ender at the least and will perform quite decently on this ace-high board. Mr. Kozlov won't be going anywhere with his king-high flush draw. Does turn the best of it with the queen, although he may not know that. Florian not going to be finding the second barrel here, and an ace arrives on the river. Is Florian going to try to turn his hand into a bluff?
Queen.
So, do they purposely pick the best two dealers, or is it coincidence?
Takže milujem, keď sa je za mnou. Budeš vymýšľať aj tie exploity.
Čo to je za exploit? Si žindil
Trey folding, not having a best job of seeing his whole cards at the moment. Seman out of there with the king 9 8 7 But Roman has a good playable hand here from the cutoff. King 9, 8, 6, decent connectivity, high suit. Gets a call from Zandar in the small. And Florian out the way in the big blind with the pretty disconnected one. Queen 5-4, 2 hearts. Zandar with flush draw, and Roman turning a pair and a gut shot now.
I have business at home, but this year I've been
So how do you run your business?
well, it's like a family-run business. I have a team. I have like a removal business, house removals. I have 3 vans, so like I have like a team of boys who will go and do the hard work when I'm not.
Down to the river here, €95 pot. And Marek does relinquish the jacks, doesn't improve.
This would go all night.
No,
I
it's,
don't have a room. I have to go straight to their game.
it's frustrating that it's 2 hours because the Hold'em game was only just getting started when we finished.
Yeah, this is gonna be like that too.
Donated the last hand, you know. You know, you try and win the last one and you just lose for it's the worst.
Hast Kort? Hast Kort im Shop?
Aber ist es kein Fan? Ich check ihn ab. Stern
Roman King 5-5. Raising it up to 20, the full pot sizing of course. Florian out the way, and Trey also out the way. No action for Roman. 6-handed game.
Stream we played 2-2, but also straddle it was 5, 10, 20, 40, 80.
I feel like
Such a crazy game.
unless we've got a bunch of high rollers, the 2-2 will play better because everyone's deeper, you can play properly. Here it looks like everyone's just got like 150 bigs, you know? We're playing like
Normal game, yeah.
200, 300, 400 big Steve. A bit more leeway, you know?
Florian opening the button, ace king 10-6 with a nut suit. Seaman out the way and over to Roman, who likes to play, and wow, of course he will with this one. It's going to be repotting for sure. Goes for 130. Florian calls, and this is a great board for the Austrian. Roman will fire it in. And we are off to the races. Florian is slightly dominated though, needs to hit and does not find it. Roman with trip jacks versus the busted wrap of Florian Fuchs. Bad news as he reaches into the bag to potentially grab a couple more chips.
How much? 500? Florman. Znamená 1000. Môžeme dojsť za jednotku. Ja si presadím.
Musical chairs here as Xandar moving over to seat 1. Florian rejoining us in seat 7.
Tí ľudia sú roztrúsení vedľa po kešoch a po turnajoch a keď sa tam písali ráno si...
And here comes Trey again, over in seat 8. So
Sú semka z tej 10, 70, nikto som nepôjde. Môžem to zistiť. Keď bude, tak povedz. Ja som tam
not sure about the tactical reason behind Marek's move there to seat 1. He's in a pretty good seat as far as my knowledge of the strength of the table.
You want to take some advantage of the game, you know, you'll pay up.
We need more players. Like I would have got an operator. Check.
So blind versus blind, limp pot. Action a little bit slow to start off here. Did see the pot between Roman and Florian, of course. 3-bet big blind versus button. Money went in on a bit of a cooler flop. Florian's wrap slightly dominated by the overpair and the gut shot, which killed quite a few of his outs and shared a couple as well.
Maybe after half an hour. Once someone loses, I think. Oh, I must have hit
I mean, big. 1,000.
Keď som podol tie queeny, tak mal, ten kanál mal S-king, keď som podol tie queeny. No, na tých
To myslím, že má S, oni X. Ako malé, to král flip.
No, tak to som, keby som to vedel.
Ja by som nezahodil. Jemu.
Tak ja som nemám s tým, že...
Potom ťa to stalo lowe.
No. Potom som pičoval na to overfold, no, ja určite, no.
Roman limping the button, David in the small, no choice really but to just check. And Florian, not the sort of hand that we want to be ISOing, 10-10-9-4, tri-suit, not the best side cards, so huge for Roman here, flopping the nut full house. And he's going to fire a bet at it and take it down.
Dajte akciu na bátňa, aby si aspoň zahral, lebo sa bojíš, že ani nemám.
Jakú kartu, Udený si.
Máš pozíciu. Da, you can make it.
I made 10, but...
Play with Alan, huh, game?
Get Frankie on the
Slovakian guy, the young guy. Alan. 2, 2, 5, 10, 20, 40, 18.
Roman in the cutoff here with the ace-10 deuce-deuce, double suited. He's going to raise to 40 on the 10 straddle. He gets rid of a lot of the driftwood, and Marek coming along from the big blind with king-9, 7 deuce. Pretty loose stuff here. 10 high flush draw for Roman. That's 50, and Xandar there does have middle pair, but not an awful lot else. Likely just to get out the way.
Kulak, co?
I feel like I'm Banco's #1 support. All I do is big up the casino. You know, it's my favorite. Yeah, I know, because I know everyone, not personally, but kind of personally. It's good. When I come here, I feel like it's good energy. I love it, bro. I love it.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm trying my best. Sorry. I am trying my best. Okay, thank you very much.
Uvidíme, dáme 40.
Nothing major so far. It's been a decent start for Roman over there in seat 4.
So wait, are we meant to put all the cards
Stack
on top
off
of
of
each
Florian.
other?
No, probably not.
Separately?
Won a couple of other small
I've been doing that
pots.
every hand, and man just told me make sure you put the cards in the box. So like this, yeah?
It doesn't matter, you can put it whatever.
5.
5, yeah?
Semička dám 2.
That was almost the best mistake of the evening.
20 10, 3 20 a...
Straddle,
10,
straddle,
4 20 a 6 4 8 tak. A 9 je.
Trey with the ace queen 10-8. Try suit. All sorts of straddles going on. Makes it 150 to go. Dandar, ace king 5-3, poor suit, good fold. Simon, not interested either. Roman likes to play, we know that for that much. Is he going to come along with these rags though? 9-5-4 deuce. No, so it's over to Kozlov, who's also got a really weak hand, and it's a nice pickup for Trey. 75 euros in the back pocket. Doesn't even have to see a flop. Guy in seat 1 left. Yes.
Every time I pulled my own, that's the first time he pulled it for me. Yeah, strong, bro. That 1-6 makes you shiver. The problem is, when I drink, when I play alcohol, so when I drink alcohol when I play, sorry. Once I piss once, it's game over, bro. I'm pissing every 10 minutes. No, I was in Vegas this summer, and they give you Coronas for free. You just tip the woman $1. I was about 10 Coronas deep. Final table was a Venetian. I was pissing like every 5 minutes.
That's expensive.
I'm trying my best to go on the button, but I just...
And I'm going to limp in here on the 10th straddle with the king queen 8-8. Rainbow. And it's going to limp call as well. I thought the limp was a little bit speculative, and certainly the limp call is pretty out of line here. Decent board for Roman, flopping a gut shot straight flush draw. He's going to bet it 50 into 90. Dandar with a pair of 8s and a queen of clubs will come along for the ride, keeping his opponent honest. The 10-8 would be a really interesting card, but it is the club rolling off, and Roman is going to go for a second barrel here with the 10 high flush.
It's so crazy how different festivals attract
Confident,
this festival
and
is
gets
dead
the
quiet.
fold.
The one before, the Polish one, absolutely mental. They run the mini main event, 1-day comp, and like 950 runners. Crazy. The 1-day comp is starting at 7:30, they finish till like 8 AM. Because of the time, I've not been able to buy the main event. I flew out yesterday. I missed yesterday's flight, and this morning's flight was about 12 o'clock, and I didn't want to play this morning's flight to potentially miss the stream. And it's like day 2's tomorrow, so now I've got to fire.
You can day, right? You can day break day 2, right?
Can you? Yeah, so I'll jump in for sure.
Super dneska, super battle.
Apart from Kings, I feel like Banco is becoming like the central hub in Europe.
It used to be Vienna.
They are doing an excellent job here. Like, all the staff, they're good staff. And I like it. The staff here are much better than the staff.
Marek here with the aces.
I'm not a local.
And Roman has bottom 2, so bet and a call. Interesting to see what Marek's going to do on a multitude of turn cards. Is he going to go for the second barrel here? He does have the ace of clubs, but his opponent has improved to 2 pair and a flush draw. Marek going for the second barrel with those aces. Kind of value / protection, with the option to follow it through on a club river, although we can see Roman does have clubs covered, so would unlikely be. Wow, look at this. Strong play from Roman here. Check potting it in with his bottom 2 and flush draw. Understanding that Marek can definitely be semi-bluffing with lots of hands, and if he gets a hand like ace X with spades, maybe ace 5 with spades to bet fold, it's such a great result.
Really blind. On máš dvojka, on je K2.
Nie, som bol výborný. Kačo, flash draw, 2 páry.
Tak 2 páry som myslel, že tam máš.
He says he's going to win. Vibone, Slovakian for. Oh no, Vibone is well done, I think. Not sure. Someone can maybe help me on that one. It's a bit rusty. I haven't lived there for a year. The great thing about Banco is always that everyone spoke English as well, so as an ignorant Englishman, we do tend to get the rub of the green in terms of language. Almost anywhere in the world you can go these days and you'll be able to get by with the English language. So Trey on the 10 straddle is going to get out the way. Fortunately not seeing many of his hole cards. Hopefully that can be fixed. Zanda once again with the aces, but this time laying the trap. Seman, ace, queen, queen, deuce, is just going to limp along. Would have liked to have seen an isolation there with this kind of holding. Got some pretty loosey-goosey players in the lineup behind him. Sure, he doesn't have a nut suit, but this hand benefits from playing multi-way. Sorry, playing heads up rather than multi-way, where the strength of that queen high diamonds and also, of course, the overpair will be much greater, and now in a tricky spot. Look at this. So Florian has the straight blockers, Zanda with top 2 pair and the nut flush draw now. Seman overpair with also straight blockers. Roman is firing into the abyss here with the bear king high flush draw. What's David got? He's got a gut shot with queen high flush draw. Zanda are raising to 100. That's one fold. David will come along, hunting for some clubs. And there is the king of clubs. So are we going to see some theatrics here?
I don't often drink. I do like to enjoy it. More time, like if I'm in England, I don't like go out with my
We do.
friends.
Second up flush versus Marek turning his jack 10 into a bluff, wanting to get hands like straights to fold. Maybe a set of 8s as well.
Only a small comp. I won a trophy, and I thought, yeah, man, it's a good
Solo je sa
little enjoyment, right?
Jesi bol chlapče.
A kto vyhral?
10-3.
Kto vyhral?
Just one of the sides.
10-3, dožek 10.
One of the previous ones. I think it was the. I can't remember. I come to every festival.
To nebol
One of
flop
them.
na river dneska.
Only a small side event, like 100 euro, I think. But winning the trophy is always nice enough. I have 2 trophies from here, and I smashed both of them. I got home, I put it on the side, I went for a piss, I turned around, knocked it off, smashed it everywhere. Both of them, yeah, both of them. But luckily, my mum, she's a legend, she super glued it back together, and it's like, obviously you can see that it's broken, but now it's got more character to it. It's got a storyline behind it, you know?
Yeah.
But my other one's at my baby mum's house broken. So we had an argument one day, and I went out, I come home, and it was smashed up. She said, oh yeah, your son knocked it over. I was like, yeah, what the fucking odds of that? I feel like that's one of the good things about tournaments. Obviously the money's nice when you win a tournament, but just like the trophies and that, it doesn't mean nothing to some people, but I feel like it's...
Zandar opening it up. Just enjoying some of Trey's table talk there. Offering a lot of entertainment.
But nothing major, just like smaller side events, but it always feels good, you know? Well, for me anyway, you know? Some people
King
don't care.
5. So Zandar with the pair of 5s here and a backdoor flush draw. It's quite a decent one to bet here. Just clear out some equity.
One of the better players here. We got heads up.
So he gets the complete trash hand there, has 28% and just clears it out with a small sizing. Good job.
But he's like a higher level than me, so maybe he has enough trophies already. Are you local from Bratislava?
Maybe you mean Andre Deset?
Yeah.
Yeah, Andre Deset,
yeah.
Of course no, Max.
Yeah, he's the best, bro. So I always knew who he was, but I never been introduced to him. And then we played together in Vegas in the summer. He was on my table all day, and I was like, you're the best player from Bratislava. And then we just become friends from there. But he's a good guy as well. He's a very good player as well.
One time I've been there, played Omaha, yes, tournament, with one guy is called Bookshop. And he was, the first place was also like plus ring.
Okay, yeah, no.
He even gave me the second place, he just wanted ring.
For sure. Yeah, because for some people, once you get to like first
Roman
and second,
opening it
small
up with
amount
the
of
Jack
money
10 9 9.
much, but winning
And
the trophy is like the accomplishment.
he's quite sticky in these straddle situations, as we can see here. 10 7 3 deuce, not conventionally or really profitably any kind of call.
Yeah, I like Andre. He's good. He's funny as well. Got some funny
Let's see if we start to see some aggression from Zandar here. The floodgates are open, you think, facing the check back.
I'm not sure.
Got an open ender, some kind of interaction with a heart and a club in his hand that blocks some of the draws that are available, and Roman simply has no choice but to get out the way. Just cannot improve versus any kind of value hand.
Oh yeah. Is there day 2 buy-in to the main? Yeah. Okay, nice. Yeah. Because I only arrived yesterday, and I haven't had enough time to fire a bullet yet. Yeah. Tomorrow, yeah?
You can join for plus 2 limits.
2 levels.
Počkaj, zajtra už je day 2.
Zajtra je day 2, začínám 12. a prvé 2 levely ještě moje join.
Aha.
Is the overlay been finished now? I see, it's got so many entries. It's so quiet.
Roman is going to call with the Queen 9-9-4, getting a bit loosey-goosey. Kozlov coming along for the ride, and it's over to Trey, who's chatting away, but this will be a squeeze for him for sure with the aces. The no-look squeeze as well, look at that. Saucy. Zandar calls, Seman calls, Roman calls, David calls, Florian calls. Look at this, 390 in there. 6-way family pot in this 5-5 game. And who's coming out on top? David has top 2 pair. Trey's pretty much missed this one, considering that you would imagine in a 6-way pot, someone's going to have a decent part of this. Does just check fold the aces. Florian out the way with his gut shot. Not sure what Zandar's got. over 1k deep with David and does call. So we are going to be seeing a turn card here. Roman gets out the way with his second nut gut shot. And 10 on the turn would have been the queen 9 plus the flush draw for Roman. Oh, it's a set of 8s for Xandar. And it will go check, check, and Marek is going to take this one down with those set of 8s. Didn't fancy getting it in 6 ways. I think it's a pretty good decision just to check call the flop. Maybe wait for a safe turn card, and if you get set over set, then so be it. You still have maneuverability options going down the streets. A nice pot for the Slovakian there.
What is the target we have for big blinds?
Ja som sa s teba dával na to, to je ten problém.
Yeah, man, how much was it in the hold'em game?
I thought you have 50.
Vieš čo, keby si na flop
No,
dal
it's the
asi
hold'em and PLO together. And I know one of them was a big winner.
Jasno, že
Quite a lot of big
myslíš,
blinds.
4 karte na 5 karte zahodíš, na 4 karte nezahodíš to.
Ale to
How
som
many
už na
big
to
blinds
som...
was from the hold'em game? A lot, right? He won a lot of big blinds, right? The hold'em game. How many big blinds?
Dobre, ale spárovačka...
Ja kamarátky zlopy, ale nemám, že kamarátky zlopy.
Kde si na river by bola zaujímavá. To by si neveril.
Tie one, tie malé.
Raised to 25 from Flo in the cutoff here with the ace queen 4-4. What a flop, middle set. And you might get some action out of Roman here, as Roman has a top pair with a gut shot. Flo with the middle set, backdoor flush draw, easy bet from him. Likely goes to sort of 40. He's going to size up a little bit. Trying to target Roman. Feels like this opponent may be a little bit more insensitive to a slight size up in sizing, and I actually agree with him. I think it's a good move. Wow, what a turn card. This is straight for Roman, the nut straight, of course, and Florian has a set with the nut flush draw and the straight flush draw, in fact, as well. So as much action as you could possibly shake a stick at here on the turn. It's going to go bet and check pot. The money going to be flying in here between Florian Fuchs, known for his involvement with the Poker Code brand. Roman, less known, but a local player, someone I've seen before. And the money will go in here. So all of a sudden, the pot is getting ginormous. 1.8k in the middle. We've got 6-3 versus a set and a flush draw. And Flo bricks it out, running it once. You just can't find the spade, the board pair. Unfortunate situation there for the Austrian. Not really much he could do. Running bad in multiple scenarios there. He had the wrap versus Roman. He had the set and the flush draw versus Roman. And the nut straight there, holding up, fading the board pair, fading the spade, sending Florian to the rail.
Čas by mohol multitablovať. Povedz mi. Jak sa volá Ondrej? Ondro! Poď multitablovať, môžeš hrať s náma na streamu. 5-5 Omaha. Poď. A pivečka jedou.
Might be the last we see of the Austrian. Hopefully he comes back. Not a bad table for him, but as far as his luck goes, not ideal. Xandar opening it up on the 10 straddle. Roman feels like coming along for the ride. Why not? He seems to be winning pretty much every pot he plays right now, just drilling off the gut shot in the last hand. 7-3 deuce All clubs. Xandar with the ace of clubs. Kozlov with the king of clubs. Are we going to see some fireworks here? Likelihood is we see a small bet. I like this decision. Gets called by worse hands. Keeps his options open. Now we're going to see a bigger bet. Yep. So he goes 475 and out goes David.
Koľko som mal? Nemal som, neto som mal, tiež ešte hovorím si, že dojde 10.
Keby došlo na SO, tak by si ma blefoval.
Asi, hej.
Ja by som išiel zase 3 barady teraz. Na 4 karty.
Ešte som tam mal aj pár. Trička možno vychnúť. Farbu viem, že nemáš.
Jaj, nikdy nebudem mať farbu, hej.
Ja viem, keď máš farbu, práve, ja viem, keď ty máš a ako to urobíš, keď to máš. Toto je to.
Ja ani sám neviem, kedy
jak to robíš, keď to máš.
Even anybody got this one, no. I haven't checked my cards as well.
Tak to ty hráš.
Action, finally. Že neviem, on vie presne, koľko je pod, sa robí, čučko, vyčko, ty vole, že nevie na čo mám. No, hop. No. King 8, 9, 7, to je tvoja karta, ty jo.
So we see a turn card and Marek picks up a flush draw with the bottom end of the gut shot. Nice one to bet. Just clear out some hands like this that have him beat. Ooh. Here's Roman going to find the bluff here with the Jack of Hearts, following it through on the river potentially. 335 in the pot. Marek with the stone cold nuts. 3 bet, 335, and he goes for Talisto, 300. Gets the job done, of course. Roman having to wave the white flag.
I remember now. You are the one who looks like the PSG football player.
Oh, yeah, that's me.
I was thinking, I was like, I know this dealer from somewhere. Yeah, you are spitting image.
Yeah.
You could go in the club and say, yeah, this is me, put it on my tab.
Which one?
What's his name? The Portuguese midfielder that plays for PSG. It begins with a V. I'm going to find it. They won't let me know. They won't let me use the phone. But it's a spit. I showed you last time, right?
Yeah, I remember.
Spitting image. Spitting Maybe you have the same father.
Can you put your card into the box? Thank you.
Every time they say that to me and I've had them in there. Am I meant to put 4 on top of each other?
It takes a bit for them to scan.
Check.
Just check.
Scouring, and yeah, Roman once again with the 5-4 flops the nut straight. Spades available though, which is held by Xandar. Already with the wry smile, but he's got a huge hand here. Straight flush gutter. Feels like he's going to have to improve though. This pot could get ginormous, and there it is. Look at that. The 5 of spades gives Xandar the straight flush. even someone of his experience has to have another look and check it out. Gonna lead for 25. And of course, gets a call from his opponent. The board pair is exactly what he's hoping for. He's really praying his opponent has a hand like pocket threes. Ah, unfortunate for Xandar there. He did go for the check pot. And look at that, the absolute nutter butters. Even Seman watching on saying, phew. Just praying his opponent had some kind of quad deuces, pocket threes. Imagine that.
Florman, high hand.
Oh, we get high hand for this? How much is it?
150.
That's so shit. We want 1,000.
Čo dostane Maťko? 100. Kam ideš? Rybka. A čo, skončil turnaj? Ja tak brinke. To je kúsik. Konečne akcia. Nie, však ale potom si ich nezarátaš.
Ja ich ani nezarátam, ja mám film.
Chcete hrať teraz? Počkajte jednu ruku.
Počúvaj, keby si naozaj nehrám dneska turnaj, zajtra by som sa zahral, môžem to prespať, nemusím chodiť.
Môžeme.
Hodinu tam, hodinu si. Či je nejaký on? Včera som prehodil, ja neviem, 5 hodín som mačkal, ty vole. A však Marek hovorí, že nie je problém nikdy. A jem v stredu?
No, big one.
Joined by player from the Hendon Mob Championship yesterday. His name escapes me. We'll get that information for you shortly. Trey's got a great hand to squeeze here. Ace King, Ace Queen Jack 6 double. Facing some loosey-goosey action. Oh, he does see a 3-bet from David. Sorry, I didn't see that one. So he does cold call the 3-bet. Could also just pot it in as well. Depends on what he thinks about David's 3-betting range. With this lineup, likely to be on the looser end of things. But he does have aces. So maybe Trey was justified in his decision to just peel. Wow, what an action flop. So, a set of 9s for Siman. David, with those aces, has got the overpair, he's got the 9 blocker, backdoor clubs. Trey has top pair with 2 backdoor flush draws. And Roman with the bottom end of the gut shot. Checks all the way around. Deuce of spades on the turn. Absolute Brickovich. Going to see lead from Trey now. Taking the initiative with his queen. Only betting 100 into 365 though. Not sure what he's trying to say he's representing here. Guess he's saying he's got queens with some kind of straight draw for backup. Doesn't need to go bigger, but is going to get pounced on by Seman there, and that will get the job done. The Ukrainian has over almost 90% equity 4 ways. Tough to find that in PLO. And there you have it, Roman. He's won all sorts of hands so far. Ah, of course, it's Ondrej Nekas from the Czech Republic. Strong PLO player. I've played with a lot of PLO tournaments with this guy. Definitely knows what he's doing. It's a good lineup, I'd say. Bit of 6 max action.
Přišel zahazovat, nemusel.
Jsem že to neprvní hru odpálí. 1 race, 25, 2 pas, 3
Zandar opening it up with 10-8-5 deuce into the straddle. Roman happy to come along, as he is with all sorts of different holdings. We do see a follow-up from Marek, and that gets the job done. No interest from Roman in the bottom end of the gut shot.
Regent, when he raised you?
Huh?
When he raised you?
I fold.
You have pocket nines?
Yeah.
I had last nine. Last nine.
That'd be good. I just know what they have, you know.
You must have a queen if you
I had some other cool shit going on as well. I should probably just check the turn. Too many Hennessy's, you know. I lie, I should probably just fold pre-flop. But my hand looks too good, double suited with some connected shit, you know. Yes, please, sir. And now the weight is trying to get me more drunk. So.
Zima je to ty kokos. Dám si bondu.
1 pas.
Race or straddle?
Straddle.
Nice hand for Siman here. He's just going to limp though. Would have preferred to have seen a raise. Andre coming in on the 20 straddle here. Ace Jack 8-7 is going to play pretty well. Don't mind thinning out the field a little bit as well. Queen on the turn, that hits David. He's got top 2. And Andre actually has a top pair open ender with a 10 high flush draw. So a bit of action between seat 6 and seat 7 here. Kozlov versus Nekas. Big bet and a call. Oh, just 70, he's only gone half pot.
Because when I see festivals in new places, I like to go. That's just me.
5 of clubs on the river, not really ideal for either player. Is Nekas going to turn his just 1 pair into a bluff here with the queen of clubs? Does wave the white flag, allows David to get off pretty easily there. It's going to be tough for David to find too many checks with flushes in that spot. So it might have been a nice one just to bet pot and say, I've got all the clubs here. I'm not necessarily going to bet them multi-way on the flop. I will call on the turn. And his 1 pair really not having an awful lot of showdown value versus the 4-way bet of David on the turn.
To mi vyhovuje, to je lepšie.
Tak zvládne 7 pas. 9 kol.
Jack Jack 6-6 for Trey. King 8-8 for Zandar. Look at these hands. Ace 10-9-9 double. Would quite like to have seen Roman go for the squeeze. Yeah, he does. Makes it 80. Nice to see that. A lot of players just flat here, but the hand is really good to drive it up. And Marek, with his double-suited King 8-8, is certainly going to be happy to come along in position. And look at this. Top set for the Slovakian here. With the backdoor diamonds and even the 8s to boot as well. If he had clubs, maybe you'd see him check back here. But I think we just want to start betting. Targeting hands like aces. Targeting some gut shots, some flush draws, these kind of things. Roman just has absolutely nothing. spades and hearts on a board of club, club, diamond. Not what you want in the 4-card variant.
Ani to neforbetněm, ty vole. A jako dobré Omaha, tak asi máš. Robíš oné, polívečku zahříváš, že nevíš dať Omahu, krát. Si má oné varíš.
So a bit more musical chairs.
Čo?
Že fúkam pod, nech je o čo hrať.
Dobre robíš.
Tak takto je nuda, pokiaľ je veľa.
A Kingy bola to branž, ale aj horšie by som tam. Ja moc nezahazujem. Doma nejaká moc nehraj.
To je dobré.
Zandar getting in the mix, opening it up to 20. Roman peels on the button. Oh, he's actually made it 50. He's getting really spicy here. Kind of winner's tilt, you could call it, where he's just winning all the hands and feels like, why not? And Zandar is going to come in for the 4-bet. And look at this. 10-9 deuce-deuce. He's going to come along for the ride. Zandar with the small 4-bet, just kind of taking initiative and taking control of the hand in some ways. And these boards are really difficult to navigate in 4-bet pots, monotones, situations.
Once every half an hour, maybe.
Will Roman come along for the ride here if he faces even a small bet? Or does he actually go for the bet himself? He does bet 50. Nice. He's got a 10, he's got a spade in his hand. Gets called by Zandar here with the ace, king, king, queen. Surprised he didn't go for a bigger 4-bet. So he does have 82% equity, but he needs his opponent to just be pure airballing here to have any chance, as even a straight completes on the turn. Look at this from Roman, just really laying down the hammer. Playing some excellent stuff so far. Thought some of his play looked a little bit questionable on the Hold'em stream, but he's really come into his own on the PLO. Whilst he's playing wide ranges, he's matching that with a solid post-flop aggression, and that's exactly what you want to see. Who do we have here? Dressed to impress.
Hi, welcome to the table. Maybe.
Maybe, he says. Sensing some caginess. Going to be straight into the big blind.
It was you who played heads up with this drunk guy, yeah?
Yes, I am. But I lose.
I like this guy's energy. Coming to the table, he's dressed well. Let's listen.
I almost beat him everything.
I crushed him.
Yes. I want to make contracts. I will play all my life. 25.
At the start of the session, he was very lucky, but then...
So lucky.
But then it's...
I have top pair, left hand. And top 2 pair. Here, okay.
You play Omaha with him as well, yeah?
Yeah.
And which stakes?
5, 10, 20 straddle.
Okay.
Because the bat is pot is 40, 60. Every time call.
Look at this, Andre flopping absolutely everything here. The nut straight with the 9 improves to pretty much the same straight, but at least he's got the backup of the flush draw now as well. And will be free rolling his opponent here. Siman does also have the 10-8. Andre is going to look to put the money in here, and Siman will definitely be shoving the turn. And in one of those favorable situations that you don't see too often in Hold'em, but you see quite often in Omaha, the free roll.
Flush draw? for me. No spade.
Spade.
No win for Andre with his spade free roll. Seman simply couldn't improve, but spade would have got the job done for the Czech Republic man. Can't find it, but a measly profit of 20 euros. Not the end of the world.
But it was tough to sit with him. He was very disrespectful. I almost beat his ass yesterday.
Me too.
I would like to be spectator.
All the time he said,
Talk a lot of bullshit.
You talk a lot of shit.
all the time.
I asked him many times, how old are you?
Sometimes you have to beat up those players. Sometimes you just got to beat them up, you know? See, in England, we just beat them up, you know?
Do you know here where I come from?
No, I have no idea, bro. So,
I never see people like this.
Drunk.
most of the people here are polite, but you get the odd
Alex
one or two that are rude, you know?
The Slovakian
Because we're in the casino, they think they can be rude, but not with me, I'm the wrong one, you know? It's not me, bro.
Talk all night.
Some rumors about drunk, boisterous, rude, heads up guy playing on the outer tables, maybe some high stakes.
So shit.
Seems like someone had claimed to take him for a lot heads up, but not so much luck for our new table participant. And is going to call the 3-bet here from Roman, who is really running the show at the moment. And look at this, it just goes better and better for the Slovakian. He's got an overpair, I think a royal flush draw, I believe, and I think Seman has top 2 here. So, oh no. No, he just had one pair with the gut shot. Thought he had king 10. It was not. In fact, great board for Roman, flopping absolutely everything here. Kozlov has got his big coat on. Not sure what he's been up to, but certainly have some characters on this table, don't we? Trey knocking back the Hennessy's. We got this new rather well-dressed gentleman joining with tales of some heads up on the outer tables against a drunk man until the early hours of yesterday morning, I believe. Of course, Zandar as well. Kozlov. Great table. Roman getting back into the thick of things, limping it in. Like to see a raise from David here, he does. Andre is going to come along with single-suited queens. Liu has the aces. Let's have the button. In this game, I'm not sure if I would squeeze this combo of aces at this depth. Just because you're not really going to generate any folds. As you can see, Roman is going to come along with Jack 10, 5, 4. You kind of want to get these hands out of the way and try and drive it heads up with this weak of an aces combo. So he does not really understand the table dynamics, to be fair. He's only come in and played 2 hands so far. But you need to get very lucky to hit the board with the rainbow aces with the low side cards. And he does miss it. So 9-8-3. Who's looking good on that one? I mean, Roman has an open ender. David has top pair with the gut shot. 2 pair now for Andre. All sorts of straight draws for Roman, and he's going to start betting. Quite like the intensity at which he's playing right now with a big bet. Andre just snap folding 2 pair, not interested, and Liu now with his aces. He is way ahead, but he's not going to know that too often. I mean, it looks like 7-5 or 10-7, and we can see that he doesn't have it, but impressive stuff from the Slovakian. Really coming into his own, finding some confidence from winning a few pots early, and he's just been bulldozing the table, really.
chips. Okay, good hand. Okay, I also pay some.
Thank you.
Okay.
Čtyři kol. 6 pas. 7 kol. 8, 9 pas. 1, kol.
Ja sam čekao, I already checked.
Smaller pot now. Four-way limp pot, and no one really connecting with that one too hard. Don't see a flush draw available. Andre does decide to bet though with his middle pair and a gut shot. Picks up another gut shot as well.
Game. It's pretty shit. I think 3 hours is much better because 2 hours you can.
Yeah,
be...
2 hours is.
Bro, imagine your card
Last
dead
time
for
I
2
played
hours.
only a couple of hands.
Do you know what I mean? Imagine your card dead for 2 hours and you can't even like open up. I feel like 3 hours you have enough time. There's no excuses then. You know? But yeah, 2 hours you can literally just.
What
be,
is the time stop? Do you know about?
I think about 12:30.
Half
A little bit after 12:30. I think. I could be wrong though.
So if I agree, I can play more. No.
Yeah, I think so. We can take the table elsewhere after the stream.
Without stream.
Yeah. We need to win 300 big blinds to beat the Hold'em guy. The Spanish guy run very well. He's quite good anyway, and you know when you're good and you run well, it's like a bonus, you know.
100 to 1.5k, yeah?
I think it's something like 300 big blinds.
It's possible.
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully it's me, you know.
Of course.
I feel like I need it more than everyone else. I'm at the start of the journey to be rich. You know?
Kozlov looks interested with the 10, King 10-9-5 try. I think he's in straddle.
So the only guy who's losing is the guy who left.
Oh, that. I'm come here. Okay, I'm lucky guy.
I think he lost 2 buy-ins. Every time I went to piss, I come back,
Who
he
buy-in?
passed.
How much buy-in?
I think only 500. Yeah, small.
Actually, it's unlucky box.
Ah, okay, whatever.
For sure.
Check. On button, sorry. Check.
Queen 3 deuce. Roman as well with the big hand. 47%, 4 ways. Top pair, open ender, good one to bet. And there it does. Just absolutely drilling these boards. Unfortunately, he's not going to find any action from anyone here on the rainbow texture, his 5-4. Checking again. Nice little trap. Goes for it one more time. Are we going to get a bite out of anyone?
I'm gonna add some money, yeah?
The man can't miss right now. He's absolutely on fire. 3.2k stack.
300.
Couple of wry smiles there from the rest of the table as if to say, God, this guy can't miss.
Trappy.
So cards in the air once again. Been playing for, I think, almost hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes.
For blinds pro averages.
7 pas. 8 pas, 9 pas.
Blindy sa berú.
3 pas. 4 respekt. 6 kol.
He's got so many chips, he doesn't know what to do with them over there.
4 bez 30.
Roman flopping the nut flush draw once again. I don't think he's missed a flop yet. Certainly hasn't missed a turn or river either. takes it down.
So now I can try, right?
Trey, you said 300 blinds.
You need to win 300 or more to win to be entered into the draw to win the package.
Really?
So the game better open up.
Because I'm really close to that right now.
Okay, yeah, with one more pot.
Ooh, some interesting incentive there for Roman. Trying to figure out how much he needs to win to eclipse the winning total of the No Limit Hold'em stream, which was done by Federico, who won over 300 blinds, and now Roman all of a sudden realizes, hang on a second, I need to keep my foot on the gas here. As you can see, he's going to limp in a pretty weak hand now, just because he wants to play as many hands as possible to try and give himself the opportunity to win more chips. And what would happen there is what they're discussing now. The winner for the most amount of big blinds won will be promoted into a all-in shootout on either tomorrow or Sunday. I think it's actually going to be tomorrow after the main event. Day 2 is out of late reg. They're going to do a flip out. So basically cards on the backs, and it will just be dealt for the players, and the winner of that flip will get a festival package for 2025 of the value of around about 1,600, 1,700 euros, which will include the main event buy-in, so a 550 euro main event ticket, the accommodation for, I believe, 5 nights, and a little bit of money towards the expenses for travel costs incurred. Liu takes it down there with his 10-8-8-3, having flopped the nuts, but the board just got worse and worse, and I don't think he was expecting to win that one. Trey in the mix, opening it up to 15 euros. Roman with a huge hand here, King, King, Queen 10, and he's incentivized to make the pots as big as possible. And look at this, we could see some fireworks between Roman and David here. David coming in for the cold 4-bet doubles, suited aces. He's even got the spades covered of his Slovakian counterpart. Roman will call, not looking to get it all in with the king's pre-flop for sure. One of those kind of situations you see people do sometimes and then learn from it quickly and adjust from there. But look at this for a flop. Roman has the wrap with the overpair, David with the aces. Stack to pot ratio of just over 2. Look at this, the guy cannot miss. He's turned himself a set with the nut straight. And David has clubs, so are we going to see a club on the river? No, we're not. It just gets better and better for Roman here. 775 euros in there. And he even springs the trap, trying to get a bluff out of David, but Ace is happy to take it to showdown. 775 euro pot, and now Roman surely will be much above the target stack that was set earlier on in the Hold'em stream of, I think it was around 310 big blinds. Unbelievable scenes here from Roman. He's just been the absolute bulldozer of the table. The guy cannot miss, and he's made some nice bluffs as well. Post-flop, he's followed through with some aggressive lines, and that's what it takes to have a big payday on the PLO cash game tables. So what do we got here? David with the top two. Liu is going to send it in here. He's got top pair with the gut shot and backdoor diamonds. And we're basically going to be flipping here. 45% for Liu, 55 for David. Ooh, there's a diamond. This could get spicy. Can he find it? There it is. The nut flush for Liu. And Mr. Kozlov is going to get slow rolled here.
That's a good start for you. Nuts.
Oh, I'm not. Sorry. I don't remember my hat.
Wow, what a brutal slow roll that is. Giving him not the best etiquette there. Took a while. I think he did remember. I'm not sure, but that was a little bit nasty there. Huge pot, and Liu seemingly just took an eternity to show those cards.
I don't remember how it got shot.
When you see the ace of diamonds and there's 3 diamonds, it's a good start.
Yeah, I drink a lot. I don't remember.
Rane, zas ma povedal.
Ja som mal ráno 2 páry na flope.
Kto on mal 2 páry?
Nemal, ja som mal 2 páry. I have 2 pairs. 2 pairs, backdoor flush. And king.
Ray with a nice hand here. Ace Queen 8-7 with the nut suit. Just calling versus Liu's button isolation raise, as Roman has also limped in. Wouldn't mind to see a 3-bet there with this kind of hand. Ace 4-4. Liu, as you can see, getting a little bit out of line with the King 10-7 deuce. Does flop a 10-high flush draw though, and there is the flush. Ray with some blockers to full houses here, aces and queens. May look to start teeing off here multi-way. He's going to bet 50. Landau looks interested here, studying his opponent, asking for the size. Going down his usual route of interrogation.
Is it? Someone has a cold, right?
Nah, just go forward.
Just get out the way. That leaves Roman to get out the way. No business in there on the flush completer headboard. And Liu just doesn't even bother coming along with the 10-high flush. So Trey gets away with one there. Nice little move. Great hand to use as well, because if you do get called, you've got equity, but also you block all of the strong hands. So when the pre-flop raiser checks back a hand like ace 4-4 and you want to start bluffing, you really need to have an ace, because it's possible that the opponent could have checked back a full house. Ace is full, of course. So good awareness. Multi-way, these kind of larger bets get a lot of credit, as they should. Liu absolutely smashing the living daylights out of this board. Top set. Roman with bottom pair here would do well just to get out the way, and does.
You know what I mean, right? So in the summer, it's quite nice, but in the winter, nothing else to do. There's so many restaurants and bars. There's a lot to choose from. My Slovakian girl, she took me
So
to
there
the
you
lake,
see
but
Roman's
you can only do that in the
huge,
summer.
domineering
There's
stack
nothing else to
of
do. Once you go
701
hard in
big
one time,
blinds.
That's it. That's it.
So he must be up. I think he's in for about 12 to 1500. Must be up huge right now. Well over the 300 big blind threshold, I think.
My accommodation is like 60 seconds away, and it's so cheap. And it's just so easy to get here, and the flights are so cheap, and the people are so nice.
Trey loves it. He's so high morale.
Yeah, it's the best, bro. I'm the #1 supporter. I promote it to everyone. I heard you say that. I need a wage, bro. I need a wage. I need a real wage.
He's trying to hustle a bit of commission on the side. Look at him go. So Liu back in the thick of it. We've seen him playing pretty loose so far.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Roman likely to be in the mix as well with the 9743. Xandar peeling the button here with King Queen 5-4. Manages to find a pretty decent board though. Top 2 pair. Bit of a loosey-goosey peel. That's 50 into 65. Gets the continuation from Roman with the 7 high flush draw. I think 3 ways. Probably just want to fold this one, although he does have some backdoor straight potential. Ace of clubs, not what Xandar was looking for, although he does have the backup of the king of clubs, of course, so keeps his options open. Customary reach for chips whilst studying his opponent. Classic move, and look at this, just another situation where Roman drills the river. The guy cannot miss. 75 into 165. And nothing really Xandar can do, having such a strong hand on the flop, going down in flames on the ace turn and flush completing river. Just has to let it go.
You got good angles, yeah?
Some decent holdings here. Liu semi-connected. He's got a suit. Roman double pair. Are we going to see a 10 or a 9? No. Okay, so Xandar once again. Back-to-back hands flopping top 2 pair. This time should be a little bit more protected. Roman not going to be able to do much here with his 10-10-9-9. Such a great hand pre-flop, but ace-king-7, no flush draw. Just going to be getting out the way unless he's feeling super creative here. Can't do an awful lot versus the big sizing from Xandar. And Liu just with the gut shot and bottom pair. Not interested in coming along either. And getting a little bit frisky here. Loves his rainbow combination so far. The 8-6-4-4. Seaman folding. David healing the small, and Liu just to impress and completes the action in the big blind. Decent flop there for Roman once again, smashing another board. Top 2 flush draw. But no takers. On to the next one. The stream is coming to a bit of a close. I think we got around about 15 to 25 minutes, so time for about 3 to 5 hands here. Roman in the hot seat so far for the cash game challenge, having amassed a huge stack, well over 3,000 euros to his name at the moment. He's in for much less than that, well over 300 euros profit. I think he's in for 1k, so he's up over 400 big blinds, and it's 310 to beat. So interesting in terms of the strategy. There will be, let me think, so it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, so 6 players in that flip out with a value of around about 1,700 euros. That means that the equity of that is around about 275, around that kind of ballpark for the flip and go entry. And then once again, hitting the flop pair with the bottom end of the gut shot. Zandar, no dice on this one, 8-6-5-3. As Seaman wistfully looks on in the background. Not seen an awful lot out of Seaman so far. Zandar coming in with a really creative float here. Got all the backdoor stuff, looking to take it off of his opponent at some point.
I think we play more than an hour.
Yeah, I think we have half an hour left, but I'm not 100% sure. I feel like 2-hour sessions isn't long enough. 3-hour sessions would be much better.
Yeah.
Because imagine you're card dead for 2 hours, and then you come on stream and you look like a little bitch. No one wants to look like a little bitch on the stream, you know? And you don't want to start getting
I think the Hennessy's are flowing for Trey, and he's having fun with it, and I'm here for it. Great energy.
You know? So 2 hours isn't enough. It's nice to meet everyone anyway. I hope we all succeed on our poker journey, but I hope I succeed the most today.
Good luck.
My dealer's going to hook me up, you know, and then we're going to drink together and fuck a Ukrainian woman.
Nice.
Yes.
Good choice.
What is he on about now?
Slovakia and
Good Lord.
Ukrainian women, best.
Getting a bit messy.
Women, they look like dogs.
So, Ace, Jack, Jack, 6.
Slovakia and Ukraine,
Where are you living in England?
Seaman coming in here.
near London. But the women, they're not very nice. You see the Slovakian women? Very nice.
Lots of Ukrainian girls here.
Yeah, for sure, they come over here. And one of my favorite dealers, she's from Ukraine, but she doesn't like me back. All the time, yeah?
But like here recently, here in Bratislava, I will tell you something. The best girls for fuck from villages around.
From villages around
Of course, because they have nothing to
Yeah,
lose.
they got no money.
This conversation is absolutely flying off of the. Need to put an 18 plus rating on the
All they
stream.
want is your money. It's
Here,
so
no,
crazy.
it's
What on
different.
earth are
I
these
met
guys on
one
about?
Slovakian girl, and she was so nice. All
think
she wanted was time.
Drinks have been
But
flowing
in
so
England,
much
they
that they've
don't
forgotten
want
that
your
they're
time.
being
They just want your money.
broadcast.
Crazy.
Yeah. But my favourite dealer here, she's from Ukraine. I always try to give her a little bit of sweet talk, a little bit of a look. She never, ever give me no attention back. So on to the next one.
There, no attention back.
No attention
From which
back.
one?
I'm not sure. Brunette girl from Ukraine. She's very nice.
What is she
looking.
doing?
She works here. She's a dealer. But every time I try, I give her a little bit.
Three Stone Poker on YouTube saying the classic poker chat. Yeah, it's men of culture around the table, that's for sure.
The rest of them, they are. But the
Zandar
ones
not
that
having any of it though. He's been around the block.
Sad times, bro.
Doesn't indulge himself into these kind of types of conversations by the looks of it.
If it wasn't for the visa, I would live here full time. But it's only because I can stay here for half of the year. I have no need to get a visa because
But
it's
you
long.
can go back.
Yeah, I go home and I come back.
10 euro.
20 euros for the flight. So cheap, bro.
King on the river. Good card for
Sometimes I
Liu.
book flights and I
Finds a
don't
way
even come.
out of trouble. Seaman had him absolutely cooked up until this point, but the offsuit king gives Liu the check mark. Is he going to find a little cheeky value bet here? No, checking it back with the king 10, just hoping that his opponent doesn't have the aces, and shows down the winner, 635 euro pot. And Seaman will be looking over thinking, what the hell's going on there?
You know when
King
the,
10,
the
6,
new
5?
law comes in for the no roulette?
I think
Soon.
these months
I
last month.
cannot wait. So basically, I'm probably earning like close to 50k per year playing poker, maybe 30, 40, 50. And I lose about 30k a year on roulette. It's so bad. So when they change the law, I cannot wait.
But I don't think it will last long here.
That corny.
Yeah, because they're going to change it because they realise all the money that
Dva mesiace maximum.
Hey?
2 mesiace to vyjde.
I'm really drunk, but no very drunk.
I'm the same, bro.
I'm having fun, that's fun as well. But this hand, really, I played with him this hand, I don't remember my hand, really. I just remember I have top pair.
You see Ace of Diamonds and you're like, okay, maybe I win.
Maybe,
Maybe I win.
10 gól, podle stredu.
Potom bude naspäť
I'm not joking, this hand, I just remember I have top pair and
Top
gold.
pair, that's it. Yeah, whatever else happens.
slniečkárske vyjebané.
Jednotka 30.
That's why cards
Such a vibrant table chat
They
that
move because of
just
the
letting
new
these
law.
guys do their thing.
Stupid law for sure. The country gonna
If we
lose
get
so
any
much.
action here. Doesn't look like it, not much.
Because all the poker players
For the
that come
hand.
here, they all gamble on roulette.
But we do still find our ways going 3 ways to the flop
But it's
somehow.
not only about this, it's about also hotel booking.
Queen 6, 6 deuce.
Makes more money hotel.
So top pair and a gut shot for Roman, continuing to get the better end of the card distribution. Xandar, though, has a gut shot himself and a 4. Not a bad hand to bet if we are going to be in there this loose. Got a backdoor flush draw as well.
Between blackjack and roulette.
Can use those 7s to good effect on a couple of turn cards representing a straight. And this is the type of card that he could also fire one through as well. Versus the straddle, unlikely to improve too much on the ace. I mean, of course, there is some deuce 3, but would have liked to see a bet there from Xandar, maybe targeting some weak Queen X, some hands like jacks, gut shots, and instead now, having checked the turn, not an awful lot he can do here, just going to relinquish this one over to Roman, who continues to win almost every pot he's played so far.
But they get hundreds of people in the casinos. And when they get hundreds of people in the casinos, everyone's losing a little bit on the slots, you know? It adds up, you know? My favourite card room person ever was Susanna. You remember Susanna? You remember Susanna? She's the best. She's great. And now she's a yoga instructor. She's cool.
Som mohol blátnuť, ale som máš showdown ready.
Neviem, či by som uvedel. 7, 20, či 6, 28, je na pas. Ja taková. Podľa sajdu. Trojka. Pas.
Thank you.
Xandar, David, and Roman coming in here, and bottom set with the gut shot for Xandar over there in seat 1 with the button as well. So nice situation for him to be in. Likely to fire a bet at it. David's going to come along with his kings. Full house for Xandar. Still can be happy with the strength of his holding. I just saw that Roman's 2-pair has been counterfeited on the 6. Is he going to get out of line here and turn those blockers into a check raise? It's not going to work on this occasion. Zandar holding the full house. But David will come along for the ride, hoping that his opponent has some kind of draw. Wow, look at this. What a move. David now lead all in on the ace of diamonds with the king of diamonds now representing aces full, representing the nut flush. And don't see Zandar folding with a full house here. If he had some kind of naked 6, I think David might have been able to maneuver him out of the pot.
Maybe only flash. Donation.
Yeah, exactly. It says maybe only flush. Let's listen to what he's got to say.
What time do we finish?
He's been correct in every river decision so far across the Hold'em and the PLO stream. He's going to find a way to get away from this somehow. Ooh.
What did you pay?
All of the theatrics, part of his game plan, trying to suss out his opponent, look for any kind of weakness.
Who sets up the stream? Is it Banco?
Says he thinks he has kings in the flush. He's got kings, but he doesn't have the flush. What a read.
Who sets up the stream? Is it
That is why Marek is one of the best in the business. Certainly an unconventional pre-flop style. It's not particularly modern or nuanced in the form of the strategy, but in terms of the psychological aspects of the game, that's where he really stands out above the rest, and that's why you almost always see him, not only in Banco, but around other parts of Europe with big stacks on the cash game tables.
Ja som mal na foto jackpot ešte. Aha. Posledná teďka došla. Keby nedojde 6, tak by som tiež bol ešte na moči.
Myslel som, že mám inak farbu, ja som si rýdol, on je zlé konia.
Verím ti. Zveral som myslel, že máš farbu.
Videl som, že mám Diamond do konia a myslel som, že mám do piči Diamond aj tú devinu. Unávač. Ale už to aj tak bol no way out.
Off we go to another multi-way situation. David has 10-high flush draw. Zandar with top pair and the jack-high flush draw, so a great spot for him to be in. And Roman turns 2-pair as well, with Marek holding top 2 and an open-ender and a flush draw, so huge hand for Zandar there in the cutoff. We'll be seeing a raise here for sure. See a bet and a call. David has a straight draw to the nuts on both sides, the 8 or the king of a non-club would give him the nuts, but you feel the raise is coming here. There it is, 350 euros to go. I think Roman would be quite smart to get out the way here with just this bare jack 7. Can't really consider that he's one going to have the best hand now, or even if the board breaks out. And look at this, David just piling it in, gambling with the combo draw. A little bit of tilt there, I think, fed up, having not seen the move in the last pot work versus Zandar, and Zandar there is going to be taking down that pot with the queen jack. Board completely bricks out. We see a little bit of a dramatic exit there from Kazlov hitting the rail. Some theatrics on the way out, and this is really a table of musical chairs. We've heard not necessarily the most cultured table conversation at times. It's got a little bit sloppy, but the poker has certainly been electric, and it has been Zandar and Roman, the two players that are cleaning out the rest of the table.
It's only big blinds.
Where's the rich man
Yeah,
gone?
he has great post-flop awareness, exactly. That's why he likes to play small pots pre-flop. You don't see him like really squeezing much or 3-betting an awful lot.
You need to have a certain
Does it from time to time. We saw an incredible 6-bet jam with an offsuit wheel ace-x. I think it was ace-4 or ace-5 offsuit he had, ace-4 off, in the Hold'em stream earlier versus one of the Spanish regs, Alvaro. 6-bet jams 1.5k in a 5-5 game in, and his opponent had queen deuce off and was just rifling it about. Seemed to have the dead read on his opponent. There's no other explanation for it, and I've seen it happen time and time again at his tables.
You know the man that roll with the expensive outfit, the nice jewels, the good swagger, the nice, what's the word, like, they carry themselves well. He looks like a good man.
So king 3, jack jack. No one holding a jack here. No one really having an awful lot of anything. Small bet from Zandar in seat 1. He's up to 3.1k.
Omar? Yeah?
Yep.
It's me, yeah?
Yes, big one.
Finally seeing something out of Seaman over there. Popping in the 40 open with the ace-king jack-8. Seems to be on the tighter side of things. Based on the kind of hand selection, some of the hands that he's not raised. So he is going to open it up. Jack 7-7 is best by Roman at the moment. The overpair with the backdoor diamonds, and we do see a stab in position here with those queens, looking for some value / protection. Not wanting to see an ace on the turn or some kind of straight completing turn card, and there is the 7. So another great card for Roman. Now with the indestructible nuts, and look at this, it just gets better and better. We are living in Roman's world tonight at day 5 of the festival. The cash game challenge has been absolutely dominated by him and Zandar in seat 1, and continuing to lay down the hammer here. This is interesting actually, because you could see Seaman go for the call here with the ace-king. It's not a snap fold, that's for sure. There are so many hands that might bet the flop and now have to bluff the river. 10-9-8, Jack 10-8. Random hands like pocket 10s with a gut shot, pocket 9s with a gut shot. Trying to bluff. Those ones. Yeah, that's the problem though. Maybe there are some low pocket pairs that could be trying to bluff off higher pairs. I don't think so. I think it's going to be more like the missed straight draws that are just going to go for the pure bluffs, and he would be checking back any kind of full house below pocket jacks. So like those 10s, 9s and 8s, I don't actually think he's going to bluff those on reflection. It's going to be more the missed straight draws. And then he may check back quads from time to time, so 7 is possible, especially with this kind of check back turn big river bet.
Queens or nothing.
Queens or nothing, says Seaman.
Lucky. Okay. 12.
He's going to call with the ace-king.
So if you would have aces or kings and I had the queens, I would be better. Like, I really don't know. No, it's not slow. I'm just asking.
Yo, that is the funniest thing I've heard all day. If you have aces or kings, but I have queens, do I win?
Trey.
I love you, bro.
No.
I love you, but that was so funny.
It wasn't funny because it was genuine question from my side. I'm playing like this cash game for the first time.
Oh,
with this
Omaha
team.
first time?
Not Omaha, but
like higher stakes?
yeah, exactly.
I
Yeah,
feel you.
So
That was funny though.
even though if you
Wow.
raced me, I would
Shows a lot of
I had it in
pretty
the
good
plan.
awareness. I know he's run really hot,
It was
but
a good time.
for someone that's claiming that it's his like first proper big Omaha game.
3 sedmičky.
That was funny though. You have to admit, that was funny though.
Môžem sa zmeniť teraz, keď...
Čo si povedal, pod?
Hej. Áno, povedal som pod.
Did you hear that one? He was
Trey's
already my
loving
friend,
life.
so now he's more of my friend.
Roman has the aces now, and it just gets better and better for him.
What's your name?
Going to be pouncing on this
Nice
raise
to meet you, Remy.
from
Trey.
Nice to meet you.
That was funny.
the
though.
Ukrainian.
That was funny.
It didn't meant to be funny.
You know when you're naturally funny, it's better.
I don't think Xandar's going to be cold calling here with the 8864, but I've been wrong before.
Such a fish, I call him.
Double suited, maybe a bit more connected, like an 8876 or an 8865. Could get in there. Obviously, the double pairs do really well as well. If you cold call, he is quite deep with Roman as well. So the issue being, if he cold calls and then Seaman on the short stack squeezes it in and Roman repops, he's just going to get squeezed out a decent amount of the time. This should be a pretty strong board for Seaman.
The cards in the box.
It's going to be tough for him not to have a continue here, so Roman's going to have to load the clip on the river. But then again, is it likely that he would have not bet ace-queen on the flop? No, so he's only really going to be repping 8-9 or queen-9 on the river and does give it up.
Who comes up with the schedule? Is it you or the festival who run it? Because like the Sunday finish is different. I prefer the Monday finish. The Monday finish is better.
Ale mohol by si.
I like the Monday finish. You know when you can play day 2 on a Saturday. Sorry, day 1 on a Saturday. On a Sunday. Day 2 on a Sunday, right? Yeah, that's way better. Day 2, yeah, I understand. I like the Monday finish. You know, so you can play day 1 properly on the Saturday.
Roman getting in the mix with the ace-7-7-4, and he's kind of forced to come along. He's already got 5 in, which is the bet at the moment. And no squeeze from the King-Jack 8-7. Would have liked to see an isolation raise there.
And I thought, I want to be a part of it. Who is it that I messaged?
He must be well aware of how wide Roman is playing at this stage and how much value this kind of hand has, as Xandar has a very capped range, having just checked the small blind. So
someone has it, for sure. Who is it? What's the young boy's role? You know, Adam, I like him. He's one of my favourites because whenever I win money, I give him money and a little bit extra and he sends it to my bank account. And then I buy Bitcoin. Otherwise, I can't put it in my bank account. Adam's he's a good man. Give him 10% extra. And he sends me €1,000 for 1,100. And he makes so much money every time for free. Because when I'm here, I can't deposit 15. I can't deposit money into my bank account, so he sends it to me. I give him 10% extra. Easy money for him. 15.
Trey opening it up with the ace-queen-9, Jack-4 with the nut suit. Who's strong holding.
They're good people. Most people here are good people, you know? Most people here are good people.
Would have just gone for the full 20, I think. especially into Roman's big blind. He doesn't seem too perturbed about the differences in sizing. Just going to be calling a lot of his range. Got the nut flush draw, and we pick up a gut shot on the turn. Going to see a second barrel here from Trey. He fires pot-sized bet. Should be enough to get the job done. Lean on these kind of holdings. Under pairs to the king, maybe weak king X as well. We'll start to fold with the straight draw.
So we will play one more.
One more hand.
One more hand.
Wait.
We're going to play the last hand here. It's been a
Challenge.
absolutely
One more hand and then boom pot.
rambunctious stream. Boisterous. Lots of male energy, lots of interesting discussions, that's for
You know what
sure.
bumper is? So like we play 2 boards, everyone gets 4 cards, and then we go straight to a flop. Everyone puts in like 3 big blinds. You know, so everyone puts in 15, and then we go straight to a flop.
No Mississippi straddles allowed on the Cash Game Challenge because it just kills the dynamic a little
We play
bit.
3 big blinds or 5.
We want to see the normal straddles only, so that was a rule that was put into play for us this week on the Cash Game Challenge. Unfortunately, guys, this is going to be the last hand of the Cash Game Challenge stream for the year.
Okay.
So let's see if we can send it off with the big one, and it's not looking likely, is it? King, Queen, 4. Xandar is just going to follow it up here. He's got some backdoor stuff going on. Actually quite a nice hand to bet. He's got some interaction with the 4. Roman also with the 4 and the backdoor flush draw. Turns 2 pair, and Xandar also has now a pair with the gut shot. He's going to go for the second barrel. 95 out there. He goes for 55. It's another call out of Roman. Not going anywhere. And it looks like Xandar's going to have to fire all 3 streets to have a chance here. And that's exactly what he's going to do. So we do see a bit of action. Oh, no, he checks it back. And Roman's going to be allowed to show the winner with the 6-4.
I left it here for George. You know, George.
Marek can't believe it.
But he never took it. So when I come back 6 months later, Susanna was like, "Oh, wait, I have something for you." And she held it the whole time. 6 months. And she said, "I knew you were going to come back one day." And she gave it to me. She's the best.
So my friends, I will need to count the stack of Roman.
And that is going to be the last hand of the Cash Game Challenge. So congratulations to Roman with a huge profit there. Out for 3.9k. Xandar as well did pretty well for himself. Liu, I think, was about break even. I think Trey lost a little bit. Seaman couldn't really get much going. And we did see Florian Fuchs as well come and go. He lost about 1,500. So thanks very much for joining us here at the Cash Game Challenge. We are signing off on day 5 of the festival. We are going to be live tomorrow at about 1:30 local time. Looking forward to that one for day 2 of the main event. Join us then. But for now, from the festival, it's good night.
Intervene, you know? She's in India right now. She's doing yoga.
Maybe she's already back.
Oh, is she back now?
I don't know. She went for free.
I love her, bro. She's so great. Because she's good looking.